And
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made.
right then, welcoming everybody. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Thursday night. We're here for the Road to Legends Qualifier Group A. We've got hosting me, FM King. Lovely to see you. We've got RC with us on comms and Louis. Welcome in, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good to see you.
Are you both all well?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good stuff, good stuff. We do have Don Gaming joining us as well. Hopefully once he's sorted his technical issues out. So we're going to get straight into it and go through some of the contestants for tonight's draft. We have Dave Goodyear, Crazy Boom, Salmon FM, Brofist, Ella Louise, Kearney, and Gerb. Have any of you got anything you would like to say about our lovely drafters?
It should be a good. It should be a good event this evening. To be honest, we should know about quite a few of them already. Eloise obviously won the event last week to get into this. Started off pretty shakily, lost 2 of the first 3, but managed to come through and qualify. So it'd be interesting to see how she gets up this week. I'm looking at the wrong sheets, which is not good. Salmon, very good drafter as well. We've seen him around as same as Crazy Boom. I think Dave Goodyear's been about for a while in the drafting pool, so we've got a very, very good sort of drafting lineup this evening.
Definitely, yeah. We've got our 8 contestants. 4 are ranked, 4 are non-ranked. But like you say, some of the non-ranked people, Ella Louise won last week's qualifier to get in. You've got Shotty FM, who's also non-ranked. He's been about in a few draft tournaments, played him a few times. Then you've got people like Brofist, 22nd, I think he is currently in the rankings. I think, is it Salmon's 24? So definitely we should be in for a decent night of drafting.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely looking forward to this. This is going to be very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Out of the contestants who we have named there, who would be your pick to maybe go on and win?
For myself, it will be hard because you have a few people who potentially are ranked that could not do well. And you have 200 that are non-ranked that could exactly do well. So for me, personally, I would probably go Eloise. I would say is quite high up there for me because I think winning the qualifiers to get here, she does show that she does have sort of some credibility and some sort of drafting experience and has a way of actually winning some drafts.
And she should still have some of her support around her as well. She was using people like Gavin and Tim Lewis last week, and they're not. I don't think we haven't got that support network she's having to play against. I think they'll be playing the next one, so she'll be able to use some of that experience to help her through as well.
Welcome in, Don.
Hey guys, that is the last time. I was sat here chatting to you at 7 o'clock, and John went, "There's this fancy feature that will get that." I've got a Christmas tree in the background. It's in a box. Next week, when we're doing Group B, there will be an actual Christmas tree there, not a box. And I'm like, I'm stressing out about it. And he went, "There's this feature. It blue screened my PC. It's taken me 25 minutes of restarting the PC to get my camera working again." So I'm really, really sorry, guys. I've got no idea what the problem was, but that was two of the longest restarts I've ever had. It was literally 2 restarts. I took 15 minutes each. So apologies, guys. Just having a little listen, guys. So I'm going to kind of just jump straight in, if you don't mind, King, here, in terms of some of the competitors. I think the person to beat today, probably, or the person who's going to be the scariest name, and I don't think this is disrespectful to anyone, will be Brofist. I think his record in these competitions, I mean, you've played him as much as I have, King. The guy just doesn't lose games very often, does he? And he's one of these people that bounces back when he does lose a game. The fact that he's only 22nd on the list, I think, is going to change massively in 23, and I think that's a credit to him coming in late during the 22 cycle. And again, I think he started 23 quite well from what I have seen of his result in the non-competitive scene. Eloise, obviously, as mentioned, started really, really strong last week, beating a lot of very, very good competitors. So I think she should be looking to bring some of that form in for this tournament tonight as well. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I think those two, for me, are the two favourites at the minute.
And who is your picks again, Louis?
So with the support network, I think Eloise will be in with a chance again this week. Brofist definitely is a very good shout. Salmon's experience, I don't think you can really rule out either. So I think probably one of those three for me would probably make it.
I think we're all pretty much in agreement there. My picks for tonight would be Brofist to go on and win it. We've drafted a lot together over the past cycle of FM. Not met him yet this FM, so maybe that's fortunate for me, but we'll soon find out. Salmon, you can't disregard with his ranking, and I do feel like Eloise for a dark horse for tonight's competition after last week's performance as an unranked contestant coming into things. So we'll just quickly run through the pool for tonight. It's all the teams that were knocked out in the, is it the group stage?
Last 16, buddy.
Last 16. So we've got USA, Australia, Senegal, Poland, Japan, South Korea, Spain, and Switzerland with a £250 million budget. How do you guys feel about that?
I think this is quite a good step, to be honest with you. When we're kind of looking at stuff to do, this was one of the suggestions that came up, and it allowed us to get some players in there that some people will know, but it allowed us to get some players in there that a lot of people won't know as well. And I think a £250 million budget will leave them some decisions in regards to, do you get this Lewandowski, who I have seen absolutely tearing it up on 23 compared to what his record was on 22, or do you go for a cheaper player and have a more well-rounded squad? So I think we've got a very, very interesting sort of step to work with tonight.
Yeah, if you look at the prices for some of the players, you're looking at Lewandowski, £91 million out of your £250 million budget. Do you really want to risk that? And you've still got players like Mane, Rodri, Son, that they're all topping £70 million. That is a lot of budget to disappear from your from your budget. There are some very, very good. There are some very, very good, very cheap players in this pool. When we come to looking at the good picks, we'll go through some of those. But you should be able to get a very good team from a decent amount of money.
Yeah, definitely. Just before we do go into picks, we've got a few people in chat with their suggestions. Straight Edges in here. Salmon's my man. We've also got a Crazy Boom in here with a shout for Salmon again. So we've got a few Salmon fans. let's hope he doesn't let them down, eh? And what we'll do just before we do get straight into the draft is we will go through maybe some best picks or budget picks if we can get a couple from each. We'll start with you, RC, if you've got any to share with us.
Yeah, so I mean, do you have a few budget picks? You have obviously Alvaro Fidalgo, a Spanish player for Club America. I mean, he's cheap, 400k, right, for a midfielder, potentially attacking midfielder, very very good player, and someone cheap, like a very good sort of player to that. If you don't want to spend a lot of money, and if you're sort of short of money at the end, someone to definitely pick up. Yeah. In terms of someone who to not really pick up, I would say probably Aspilicueta. In terms of someone to not pick up, because I've realized in FM, I mean, it's adamant. It's see how football's going in real life. It's quite realistic to FM, where slow players are sort of dying out, and slow players, especially in a defensive sort of role, will just be hammered and will completely just be pressured against and will not do well at all.
Definitely agree with him. He also lacks a bit of strength. I think his first touch and dribbling as well. If you're using him as a right back, definitely agree with that, RC. Any others before we pass on?
In the goalkeeper department, there's a very, very interesting goalkeeper in there. And to be fair, when I was scrolling down goalkeepers, I really, really wasn't expecting him to be down that low. And that is Kepa. Now, Kepa is only £3.8 million in the draft, and for such a well-rounded goalkeeper, I mean, there's the only thing that's under a 10 in the in his stats is acceleration. You've got to say that is probably one of the biggest bargains you're going to get in the draft today, especially seeing as you need to start strong at the back.
I think for me, I wouldn't be overly worried about a Kepa. This pool is one of the pools that's absolutely blessed with goalkeepers, to be honest. I know it doesn't sound like it, but when you're looking at Kepa, as you mentioned there, 3.8 million according to my notes here. You've got David Soria at a very similar price. Roman Burke is even cheaper than that. There's other goalkeepers that are not even going to be on my mind right now that I'll be missing out. So while I think Kepa is probably one of the better goalkeepers in this pool, and especially at £3.8 million, I don't think you'd ever complain at him. I don't think I'd be rushing to get a goalkeeper this time out, whereas last week I kind of agreed with the guys that it was an absolute top priority. This time I think you can get away with waiting 3 or 4 rounds before you have to make that stick for your man between the sticks. In terms of my sort of picks, I'm just looking here, and I reckon I could get a midfield pairing of Gio Reyna and Davy Klaassen for a combined £10 million. I don't think you'll get many better midfield pairings in this pool for £10 million, if at all. One that can capable of going forward, and one that's capable of being that box to box or that hard tackling, or even a deep line playmaker. You're getting sort of the complete combination out of the two of them. If you can get just one other guy in there to support, if you're playing with a free, it's viable as well. Reyna could even go in the wings if you wanted him to go in either of the wings, just for a bit of versatility. I just think for £10 million, that's 2 pickups I'd be looking at to try and get to create that core of my team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, drafting for a long time now and being in the rankings myself, I think obviously if you get first pick, you're going to try and take Lewandowski with 250 mil. But for me, the man that stands out in this is Kim Min-jae at £32.5 million. He's going to be not only a rock at the back, but from corners with his heading, his jumping ability, and his strength. He's going to be an absolute tank. You've got also some cheap fullbacks of Pedro Porro, 12.5, I think he is £1 million. Javier Galan is another one at 4.25 million pound. I don't think you can go wrong with some of these picks. There's a lot of bargains to be had in this pool.
And if you want some real quality at the back, and it's a multiple position one for me, and that's Serginho Dest. Very, very good. Can play right and left back in the wing back role and a central and the defensive fullback role 4.3 million. That there's so much that you can do with that, whether it be for starting at right back, and then if you lose your left back, you've got the man that can really just swap all the time. So there are some very, very good people in there.
Yeah, definitely. Another centre half, actually, quite cheap. Another Spanish centre half, and it looks like Spanish people in this are actually going to be quite cheap in this. I mean, Arnau Comas for Basel for just under 500k as a centre half. Again, another option to pick if you want someone cheap.
Yeah, I think, and that's why when I'm looking at this pool, and I'm going to sound like the most biased Rangers fan in the world when I say this, but I can back it up with the fact that Mal's notes also flag this player as a player to avoid. So I'm going with it. You've got someone like Kyogo Fushihari, the Celtic sort of winger striker, sitting at £14 million. Now, Kyogo in real life is a phenomenal player, and I don't think you can take that away from him. But in the game, £14 million for a guy whose technicals really aren't there, and he's not someone who's, like Adama Traore quick. And I mean, Adama Traore is 24 million, so you are spending an extra, 10, 15 million pounds on him. But I still think the way that you would have to allocate this budget, someone like Fushihari is just someone who's just, you kind of have to avoid because he's missing in key areas where you're getting better players in this pool for far, far cheaper, as we say, with the Spanish, the Swiss contingent, the American contingent. Fushihari's in a sort of competing position to with Christian Pulisic, for example, that I know Gourmet will be shouting for right now. Even other wingers who I'm just having a quick look through my notes and Mal's notes here, like Denis Suarez is £22 million. Again, not necessarily the quickest player in the world, but someone who's in that kind of competing positions. Gio Reyna, as I mentioned before, £5 million. Are you wanting Gio Reyna, or are you wanting Kyogo? And Kyogo's 3 times the price of Gio Reyna and plays more positions.
Yeah, definitely. There's also the Swiss centre defence mid Denis Zakaria plays for Juventus.
Yeah, he's on loan at Chelsea just now.
Yeah, quite a decent pick. I know he's a bit more expensive at 23 mil. I think it all depends on how the first 1 or 2 picks goes and how much you splash out on maybe a star striker or a star midfielder, so depending on how then your 3rd, 4th and 5th pick goes, whether you're starting to save a bit of money, you're starting to look for them budget picks.
I'm just to update, I've just had some information here. The draft slightly delayed in starting, and it's something that I think we need to kind of flag up on. It was tweeted out earlier today, and I'm just going to read the tweet if I can find it direct, because I think that is the most respectful way to do this. What is it? So it was from Dave Goodger about 4:30 today, and he tweeted out that unfortunately his father had lost his life to cancer last night. He is one of our competitors tonight, so we obviously wish him all the best. Any subs that are going to him will be passed on to the Macmillan Charity Foundation. Unfortunately, he's obviously dealing with some family stuff in regards to that right at the minute, so we had a delayed start for about 10 minutes. I think we can support him with that. But just so you guys are aware, we are getting ready to go just in the sort of next 5-10 minutes. And I felt it was important that we shared that bit of information for Dave, and I think we can all give him our best wishes and condolences in the meantime.
Definitely. I did have that written down, to be fair. I should have pointed that out. But we do send our best wishes from the whole of the Road to Legends team. And if there is anybody that can support Macmillan Charity, that would be absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure Dave would be very appreciative of that.
Yeah, there is a link in chat as well to donate to that. I mean, I personally have been quite affected by it myself. Obviously, myself having had cancer previously in the past, and Macmillan have helped me a lot. So definitely, this is a charity. This is an organization that is very, very helpful and definitely would welcome our support.
Right, so while we are just waiting for Dave to come in, is there anything that anybody would like to go over?
I think it's, if we just focus on sort of, pick 3 or 4 players each just now, is kind of the way I would do this. If you were to get let's go your first 4 pick, guys. You've got, a couple £100 million to spend. You've got your first 4 picks, and let's just imagine that nobody else is picking against us. So you're getting your dream first 4 picks. Who are you picking, guys?
Oh, you're giving us a tough one here, isn't it?
I never make it easy, buddy. I never make it easy.
Ooh, I mean, everyone probably drafts a bit different, don't they? For me, I think you want to mix. The way I would sort of draft in this sort of 250 million quid, I would sort of have it I wouldn't actually go for expensive players here. I would go for everyone, try to build up the squad and try to build up sort of around a tactic if I had one. So if I probably would build up a defense first just to make sure that I've sort of got someone there and someone that I trust in that back line. So I would probably actually go with Kepa to start off with. I mean, it's cheap, but he's good, and he's a quality keeper in this game. I would probably go with Kepa to start off with for me, and then Javi Gallan, get that left back in there. Also, then take both my centre backs. Probably I would say get a tall one. Pablo Mari is good, 6'3", about 7 million quid. I would take the cheap one. I would then take a cheap centre back, Comas, as I mentioned before, from Basel, for just under 500k. I think all of that. I think that's under maybe just under 20 mil I've used for all of that. What about the rest of you lot?
I think if I was drafting in this pool and I had first pick, I'd be going for Lewandowski with 250 mil. That'd take 91 away. My second pick would be Kim Min Jae. And then I would start to then look at some more of the lower down budget picks, but they are still quality signings. Javi Galan at under 5 mil. Pedro Porro, the likes of Gio Reyna for 5 mil. That would probably be my first 5 picks.
I mean, obviously Lewandowski is such a big amount of money. It'd be difficult whether to pick him or not. I think if I was going to be sort of careful about it and make sure I'd spread my money about, probably maybe my pick, my first pick would be someone like Morata. The work rate and the pace and everything about him is decent in the game. I know everyone sort of complains about him IRL, but in the game he's still very good, and 38 million is not so bad. You've got players like Cucurella to be a decent wing back option. There's so many Spanish players in this in the top half. You've really got to start looking down a bit to find those players. Probably Koulibaly, Chelsea would be a good pick for centre back. Nice, strong. I'm pretty sure tall defender, 6'2", very brave. So it'd be good.
15 jumping reach maybe lets him down on that side. He's, as you say, he's a very, very good defender, but in terms of the actual aerial
He's got very
reach,
low composure and concentration. If I'm remembering right, 8, I think.
Yeah. That said, he will still be one of the best centre backs in this pool by a distance. I don't think there'll be any. I think you mentioned Kim Min Jae, who is extremely tempting, but I still think Koulibaly is maybe just that little bit above him. That said, I'd be taking Kim Min Jae, by the way.
Yeah. The other one that I was looking at was Hidemasa Morita. £20 million, could play as a very deep line playmaker. I mean, I looked at him yesterday and I went, who's this player? And you just look at him and you go, he looks absolutely incredible. I couldn't really point out too many weaknesses. And if you played him as a DM deep line playmaker, he's aggressive. He can tackle, so he can do the defensive side of the game. And he's got fairly decent vision and very good passing and composure for someone to then take the ball out and do something with it. So definitely would be one of my main first picks.
I think for me, I think I'm down a similar sort of line to yourself, King, and that's maybe not a massive surprise. But I'm leaning towards taking that Lewandowski. In 22, I would have not touched that guy with a barge pole in this step. How I've seen him playing in this FM, I think he is much closer to sort of the Haaland was last year. I still think Haaland would be your go-to striker in your sort of default pool. But I think in this pool, you could be looking at him being top goal scorer all the way through if he is in the right system with the right people. I think I probably do lean to a Kim-min-jae just for that defensive solidity. He's slightly cheaper than Koulibaly from memory's sake, which would just allow me. And he's slightly better in the air, which, as you guys know, I quite like my aerial prowess in my centre backs, just because it allows me that extra set piece threat as well and a bit extra protection or the sort of long balls, if you like. From there, I think I'm into my midfield pairing with Gio Reyna and Davy Klaassen. I'd probably be considering someone like Pulisic in this pool as well, someone who's versatile, quick on the wings, but not massively expensive. I mean, I don't think he's overly cheap either. I can't remember what Pulisic's price is this year, but I don't think he's like crazy cheap, and I don't think he's like crazy expensive. He's probably kind of about right for where he is. So I think that'd be sort of my first 4 or 5 picks as well. Just kind of, dream sort of scenario, isn't it? In terms of other nations, I'm just trying to think if there's any sort of nations here that would have any players that stand out now. I'm just double checking the steps. And maybe someone like, if you're looking for that aerial centre back that I'm looking at, he's got no pace, so he can't really run. So you need to play a much more low block style of FM. But someone like Harry Souttar from Australia, what do you guys think on him? He's obviously got the 20 jumping reach, but he's fairly slow.
Yeah, I think that's something that would put me off. Just the pace, unless you're going to play like a really low block where they're not going to have that time to get in over the top. Even though we know how FM can just play them balls over anyway. The pace, I think, would put me off. I think I'd prefer to go for somebody like a Nico Evaldi at, I think, £4 million, a Swiss defender. He's not really got any of them standout attributes, but I think he's got 13s across the whole of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Decent on the ball as well, good speed. If you could get him alongside somebody like Kim-min-jae, you've got your aerial person as well as just your all-rounder.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm just going to quickly mention here is I believe someone like Inaki Williams will show in this pool, even though he is quote-unquote Ghanaian, as a Ghanaian international, thus wouldn't be in this pool because he has Spanish second nationality. There's a good chance that someone like him would show up. And again, as another versatile player, can play on either side of the wings, up top, probably play him as a 10 as a shadow striker as well if you really wanted to. But again, not in the sort of the cheapest bracket, but someone who maybe competes with that Alvaro Morata as an alternate, much faster option with sort of similar finishing stats. In terms of Poland, you obviously got like say Glick again, who's a bit old. You've got the sort of the big physical striker in terms of what's that? Is it Milik, the Polish striker that I'm thinking of from
Juventus,
yeah. Japan obviously have a plethora of players these days, and they showed very, very good performances in the World Cup, obviously, in real life, up until taking a penalty, which was absolutely dreadful, let's be honest. But again, someone like Rio Hatate, now I don't have an exact price of him, and I'm trying to not show my bias here by mentioning a Celtic player specifically that isn't on Miles to avoid list as well, by the way. But he's someone that can sit and sort of dictate the midfield, who should be extremely good in this pool. In terms of South Koreans out with Son and Kim-min-jae, I'm not overly well versed in terms of the Korean pool. If anyone has anyone for them, but I think the Swiss as well. The Swiss have a number of players. You've got Elvedi there. You've got Xherdan Shaqiri would still do a very good job in this pool. I'm not sure what his price is to compare to how much
his price is about 21 million for Shaqiri, and for someone that that can cross the ball and has got that little bit of flair. Maybe not the pace so much now. I think when I looked at him yesterday, I was going to put him in as a pick, but I think his pace for a winger was somewhere around about 11. So not the quickest, but definitely someone that you can use for set pieces or to bring on late. That's got that little bit of flair, someone that can unlock a defense when everyone else is getting a little bit tired, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of set pieces, you could do Granit Xhaka for set pieces potentially as a Swiss, or you could go for a Jonathan Vieira. Got 16 free kicks, 18 penalties for Vieira, and he 13 million.
Yeah. I think the Swiss though actually kind of highlight my theory of strength and depth in goalkeepers. We all know the amount of Spanish goalkeepers are here, but just look at the Swiss. I could name you 3 just off the top of my head. You've got Jan Sommer of Borussia Mönchengladbach, who will be, I think he's bought about 7.5 million pound in this pool. Yeah. You've got Kobel, who's of Borussia Dortmund, about 13-14 million. You've got Roman Burki, whose goalkeeping stat is mentals and his physicals tend to let him down a touch. But in terms of his actual goalkeeping stats, he's absolutely unbelievable. I don't know what price he is last year, but last year he was about £3 million. If he's, and I think he'll even cheaper than that now because he's in the MLS, I believe. So he'll have taken a bit of reputation hit. I think that just shows you the strength of this pool in terms of that position. You've obviously got what's the boy from Arsenal, the Swiss boy, Granit Xhaka. Again, not your lightning quick player, but someone who can win the ball in midfield. Probably a bit on the pricey side from memory's sake on this one. I'm just trying to see if we've got a price for Granit Xhaka actually written down here because he's not someone I thought to actually check out. This is where
21.5 million for Xhaka.
21.5 million. Yeah, I mean that's solid, isn't it? In terms of the Swiss, my concern would be I don't think there's a huge amount of striking options from the Swiss contingent. You might have to look somewhere else for that. I
mean, you have Mbolo, if I'm not wrong, for the Swiss.
You do have Mbolo, again, a very versatile player, can play in the flanks as well, I believe. But I'm not really looked at Mbolo since his injury, if that makes sense. I've just got word that they are starting the draft now, or they're just prepping to, so it looks like they're about to go into the shortlisting phase.
I'm just having a look at Mbolo. Very, very good physicals. Decent. Very good mentals. Other than the concentration isn't the best. But I think the thing that lets Mbolo down is definitely the technicals. 12 finishing, 12 first touch for someone that you would need in what would more than likely be a one striker system for most people. Probably not going to get you anywhere. It does say that he can play on the wing, but then he's got crossing of 8, so it's difficult to know where exactly he would fit in to a side. I said if it's down to mentals and physicals, he would be absolutely class.
One of them that can play multiple positions, just not all of them the greatest. I definitely think in this pool, if you can get a couple of wingers that have the decent speed, the couple of mental attributes in the right places and can cross a ball, and you've got somebody up front, maybe like Lewandowski or Morata, that should supply them with a decent supply line of.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of thinking, and I mean, this is maybe somewhere where I'm going to go to RC on this one probably. Mm-hmm. I'm having a look through some of Mal's notes here because Mal does some fantastic work behind the scenes, and I think it's really important we flag that up. And he's behind the scenes tonight helping out, and he's doing multiple things tonight. So bless his soul. I know he'll be working his absolute socks off for every competition under the sun. But Mal has flagged Adama Traore as someone to avoid at £24 million. Now, I agree with him in terms of a starter. But RC, I'm going to ask you, you were saying about building that squad, making sure you've got a good balance between the players that you've got on the bench and the good players that you've got on the pitch.
Yeah.
With the kind of build that you would do, would you be considering Adama Traore as an impact player, knowing that he's not the greatest at everything apart from running, but off the bench, that pace will hurt defences, won't it?
Yeah, he's someone to bring off the bench, definitely. But my only issue is, I think, is if you have the money for it, then yeah, just under 25 million quid, if I'm not wrong. He's someone that if you have the money you can get to bring off the bench to play on the right wing, But let's see how it goes. I mean, it depends on your formation as well. If you're looking to sort of play that either that inverted wing or sort of that inside forward roles, he will be brilliant for that. Obviously, with the strength as well, he would be good for that. But as a starter, I probably wouldn't say. Yeah. What about King? What do you think? Who do you think would be quite a good sort of starter for yourself, potentially on the wings?
It's one of them, isn't it? There's no really, I don't think, stand out for the prize wingers that I can think off the top of my head. To be honest with me, I think my key positions would be striker, defence, and central midfield, and then I go around then who I can get for the best budget picks. I don't think I'd go out and waste a load of money on a Mane or somebody. I know that he can play up front. If I picked him, he probably would play up front, although he's not the type of striker I'd really like to use. But I don't think I'd be going and spending more than 20, 25 mil on a winger.
I mean, if I'm missing out on Lewandowski, someone that can create something, you've got to look at someone like Son instead. If you're going to have to go sort of more budget strikers, then Son is going to be someone that can unlock speed, dribbling off the ball, the work rate, the technique, everything about him would make it. I mean, he can actually play, according to this, he can actually play a strike. He's still got 18 finishing and 17 composure. So you could, if you really wanted to try that sort of a sort of trial on him, you could probably stick him up front for a game or two and see if he's still very effective.
I think for me,
sorry, Dan. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, if it was a choice for me between Son and Mane, I'd be taking Mane personally. Now, this is me going back to my FM22 experience. I drafted Son so many times, and I reckon over about 8 competitions, he scored me about 4 goals, and that was playing off the wing, up top, as a 10. I mind in competition, I'd spent £70 million on him, and after 4 games, I'd just be like, right, I'm dropping him, I'm done. He can sit on my bench and be an impact player, and that's what I got out of him. Whereas Mane, I got stuff out of. Now, whether that's a tactical style, I have a very similar tactical style in FM23 just now. I just think Mane's a better player off the wing and up front and in the 10. I just think, for me, Mane's pound for pound a better player than Son in Football Manager terms. And an interesting discussion, actually, because I've heard a few people now talking about Son being the best player in the world in current form. Not Son, Mane rather. And it's a real shame we've not had the chance to see him at the World Cup, because that would have been really, really interesting. FM Hub, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Before we continue, King, do you want to roll our little FM Hub thing?
Yeah. I shall do that now. There we go.
So we are obviously partnered with FM Hub. Limo in the chat as well, I believe, just announced is now sort of in a sort of more executive role within FM Hub. They're in absolutely amazing hands over there. Guys are doing a fantastic job. And I know from sort of what I've been looking from the outside in, that they are really working to make that brand as best as possible as a community hub for the FM community. We will support them from the Road to Legend side, as much as I know they will support you in the FM side and how they want to help you promote your brands and stuff. So go check out FM Hub, guys. Absolute amazing things. And if you want your FM prints as well, which the winner of this overall Road to Legend series will be getting as well, as one of those fantastic FM prints, which Limo already has from his championship last time, clarifying my last week's mistake. Thinking he didn't have it. He definitely does have it. You will definitely get it. But yeah, check them out, guys. It's an amazing work, and top quality products as well, and packages for content creators.
Yeah, especially even the people working behind there, extremely sort of humble people, really, really good people. Limo, especially as well, now has joined it. Definitely suits the people there as well as Straight Edge. Very, very good lads.
Well, we
So we
did
are
miss the
underway.
first pick there from Kearney, who took Zach Stefan. First pick of the draft, Zach Stefan.
Koulibaly's gone. Gerber's got Koulibaly. I did see Mane disappear, but I didn't see who has
Dave
picked him
Goodyear
up.
also had second pick and took Lewandowski.
Salmon's on our page as well here at FM King with Kim and Jay. I seen Kevin and Babu going really, really quickly, which actually is kind of one of those ones where I'm a bit surprised at, but at the same time, if you have a long throw tactic, and I don't think long throws are particularly good in 23, I've not got one working yet, but if you have a long throw tactic that works, Kevin and Babu is one of the go-to picks in this pool. Pau Torres, a defender I forgot about as well, going to Brofest. So some very, very good.
Boom has picked up
picks straight off the
Milic
bat.
for a forward option.
Yeah, Milic does look solid. Eloise was just sharing his stats there, and he does look very, very good.
A couple of goalkeepers going early. I did see. We had Zach Stefan took first pick of the draft, which I think is just ludicrous. We also had another first pick taking a goalkeeper. I couldn't quite see who it was. It went a bit too quick. But now we're in second picks and at least 3 competitors have took goalkeepers.
Dave Goodyear has just picked a goalkeeper I've not even heard of, 750k. Now, that doesn't mean bad things in this pool because Ivan Nevesic is a goalkeeper I absolutely love. Was 750k. But this guy's called David Van Balmoes. Now, I love the name,
interesting,
but I've genuinely never heard of him.
Anybody that's a great
Catty has gone to Kearney as well now. He is actually a defender I should have mentioned. I didn't realise he was in this pool. This guy, unbelievable long throws, but a rock solid central defender as well. One of my favourites from last year was one of my go-tos, left-sided one, as Walker Zinnerman also goes to Kearney. So that's his 2 centre-backs nicely sorted out very, very early on, and a fairly 2 solid centre-backs as well. Sorry, as you were saying.
I was just going to say, anybody that's a Clates FM fan from last year, that was his Schalke goalkeeper, I think. He made a lot of mistakes, so I don't know how he's going to do this year. It's fair, I think Mal in the chat here, there's a lot of good goalkeeper picks in the pool, good amount of goalkeepers. So for them to be taking on first and second picks is
Marco Asensio now gone.
Very strange.
I'm just having a look at Von Balmoes, Swiss goalkeeper. It's actually
David Raya.
Actually, good goalkeeping stats. The mentals are a little bit low for me, but probably someone 750,000. It still looks like a fairly half decent pick for the price that you're paying. That you can sort of spend the money elsewhere.
I mean, Isco's now been taken. That's interesting.
Yeah. David Raya's gone to Brofist as well. Now, I think if you're looking for a sweeper keeper in particular, there'll be very few in this pool who's better than David Raya.
Isco for 21 million. That's a decent pickup. I'm not sure what his stats are like, but I know in previous FMs, Isco has been a very, very good player, and 21 million is probably quite good for that sort of price.
Pablo Mari has gone to Salmon, I think it was there. I might have misread that. It flicked off the screen as I was saying it. And Shotty has taken Jan Bednarek, who's someone who I've heard of and I can't remember a huge amount about, so I'm maybe going to lean on you guys for him. Is Roman Burke, £7.5 million, so I'm going to stand corrected. His price pool has gone up, I believe that was Gerb that picked up Roman Burke. One of my favourite goalkeepers in 22. But I still think even at £7.5 million, he will be a very, very solid goalkeeper.
Welcoming Ben in the chat. I'm very good.
Glad Shotty has taken Briel and Bo, who we were talking about before.
16.5 million. I mean, decent for off the bench if he wants to bring in one either up front or potentially on the wing as like an inside forward.
I just hope he's not relying on him to to bang him in the goals.
Got Tomiyasu's been picked now by Salmon. 20 million.
Salmon's cheating. He's got an assistant manager with him. It looks like they're trying to eat the microphone, mind you.
I tell you what, if my assistant manager looked that cute, they could eat my microphone all day long. I'm just trying to see Jeremy Pino, a wonder kid going to boom. I don't know a huge amount about Jeremy Pino, but £80 million for an 18-year-old. Is that a risk? As I say, I don't know this guy's stats, so I'm maybe going in kind of on a limb here. If you guys know anything about him.
But Manuel Akanji's now been picked. That's expensive. £37 million for Manuel Akanji.
He's good though. In this pool, he will be one of the better centre backs.
Yeah,
and that's a lot of Brofist budget going on centre backs. He has Akanji and Pau Torres for a combined just under £80 million. I think it's 75 million on those two centre backs.
He had 119 left before that pick.
Right, so Brofist is going big early then. I'll see if we can find a list of his team then. Where is he in my list? There he is. I'm not expecting him to show his team anytime soon, but when it flags up, I will let you know if there's anyone that I'm seeing. I'm trying to see what currency. He's got £81 million left. I was just double checking that it was indeed pound sterling, because obviously he plays with Ukrainian language and stuff, understandably, because that's what he speaks. So I was just double checking the currency was still in sterling, but it is.
I'm not sure who Serge Dada is. Anyone know?
I have heard of him, but I'm not sure on him. I think he's one of those midfielders that I've looked at a few times and gone, Right, so we've got David Raya, Kim Min Son, Pau Torres, and Akanji for Brofist as his first four picks. So he has gone big with those four. There's obviously a plan there, but that's also a very scary looking team in the hands of Mr. Brofist, I think. I'm not a huge fan of Son, as I've said. I would have gone other ways, even cheaper than Son personally. But I am not going to question Brofist because I never beat the guy. So it's not for me to question him.
I mean, he's now taking Dennis Zakaria.
And again, there's a rock. So defensively, you're going to have to break down Brofist because Zakaria sitting in front of that front two is going to be difficult to get past. And then you've got two of the best centre backs in this pool, Pau Torres and Mario Akanji.
Boom taking the American god Christian Pulisic. I wonder if anybody was in his chat.
15 million.
I would suspect that Gourmet, because Gourmet is a huge fan of Christian Pulisic, and he used to say we had pools where Americans were required at the end of FM22, and every time Gourmet's first pick is like Christian Pulisic. He's the best pick in this pool. I don't care. It's just he doesn't get picked because he's tainted by the FM community. And since then, I've kind of been on a tirade to get people to pick Christian Pulisic again. So it's nice to see Boom picking him up. Eloise has picked El Vedi. The L's getting me a bit caught up there.
That's a great pick there. Solid all-round player. 4.5, 4.75 mil.
Weston McKinney going to Salmon, followed by Gregor's Krychowiak. Just went as well. Didn't see who that was to. Gerp has taken I'll Aspas at 34 million. I think that's maybe a bit of an overspend. But if the best strikers are already gone, I can see why you'd maybe have that little bit of overspend. Ben, just remind me everything my hair goes, mate. Boom has indeed said he's busy doing the pod. Go and check out the Football Nation pod. We're also linked to them.
The not yet in chat, Ben, was to FM Kings not scranned anything tonight. We're on an empty stomach.
But the Pulisic
letting the side down, mate.
Indeed for Gourmet. Boom. Love it, mate. Love it. I think you've got a very good pick out of that as well. In this pool, I think Pulisic would have been in my first sort of 5 picks as well.
Yeah, has also been picked
for Gourmet.
I think that's not a bad pick. 23-year-old Deata for Gerb, 4.6 million pounds.
He's very
Off the top
good.
of my head, very fast. He can whip a ball in as well.
He is very good. I've used him in one of Limo's shots previously. He is very, very good.
I'm just having a look at some of the monies remaining already. So on the low side left, Brofist has got 58 million left to play with. He's only got 5 players, so he is going down into the budget pool now. But on the opposite end of the scale, Kearney's been quite careful with his money. He's got 172 million left after his first 5. So there's a lot of really varying strategies coming out there, whereas Bro's obviously gone very big very early, and Kearney sort of picking players out. I mean, he's still looking down the lower end of the cost, looking at his stream at the moment.
Yeah, we've got Serginho Dest just gone as well. Quality cheap pick for both sides at right back and left back. I think we are starting to see more of the budget picks coming through now.
Aaron Long's only 900k, by the way. I seen Dave flick him up before, and I looked at that and went, that looks a decent pick. At 900k, that would always done a no-brainer for me. Not necessarily as a starter, but as a rotation option. With the capability of starting, I think that is an insane pick. I'm amazed that's 900. He's on 900k. He looked very, very good indeed. We're saying Borja and Glazius going to Kieran for 18 million as well. He was on Mal's one to pick list, and I know a former Road to Legends commentator, Tenacious G, absolutely loves Mr. Iglesias. From a few drafts that he done with him, and he was absolutely insane every single time. In this pool, 18 million, I think I prefer that pick to the Igo Aspas pick at 38 million, to be honest.
Yeah, Aspas, 34 years of age and 34 million is quite a hefty. I don't know his stats for this one, but it's quite a hefty layout for sort of that age, and you're thinking that there's probably going to be more of a bench player.
I think if you've got 500 mil plus budget to spend, then yeah, you take Aspas, but not in this pool.
Dave seems to be flying through the cheap picks right now. That's a 750k Unai somebody just picked. I didn't see the guys last night. I think it was Unai Bilbo, but I'm not, or Unai Bilbao. I'm not going to quote myself on that, but I didn't see his stats this time. But you know, he's got 190 million pounds left, and his last 2 picks have been combined for about 1.7. It's an interesting strategy from Dave. And I'm kind of curious if he's maybe looking at that Adama Traore off the bench sort of system that I was suggesting before from him, or so I suggested to yourself, RC, where you have a team that's solid in the front line, and then you have a couple of players that are really, really capable of hurting off the bench.
Exactly. I mean, when obviously in, like, say, the 75th minute or whatever, when the defense is tired, especially if you're playing a very gay pressing or very high sort of pressing sort of system, the defense is going to be tired. You bring on that pace, and you will just annihilate the defense, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I used to do it with St. Maximin, and he had 10 finishing. And the amount of times that you see it against a tired defence, and he would just wiggle through defences. And I'm going back to FM21 for this when I was doing this. So he was absolutely dreadful at finishing, and he would never pass the ball. But your XG would go from like 1.5 to like 4.5. You wouldn't score any of those chances. But the point was, he was creating every single time. And it's just like, all you need is a keeper to parry one, and it's to fault your striker.
Salmon's just picked up Xherdan Shaqiri.
Xherdan Shaqiri. Wang Hui-chan for £10 million, quite an interesting pick, actually. When I was talking about my lack of knowledge of Koreans, he is one that I am semi-familiar with. I believe he's at Wolves these days. Quite a sort of quick player that can cover multiple positions as well. And maybe a cheaper version of that, Adama Traore.
Yeah. Very quick, but I think he'd only score one in about 15 chances.
Yeah. But sometimes that's all you need, mate.
True.
Going off topic a little bit, I know if any of you have seen me, people should know, especially you, Jamie, FM Hub, there is no way that I'm going to have anything with aubergines in it. I mean, honestly, come on. Does anyone look at me? Jeez.
I mean, I will have some aubergines if it is surrounded by about 5 steaks and 17 fried eggs, and the aubergine is a tiny little bit on the side of the plate that you've just got to get that meal for free. You eat that aubergine, we'll give you the rest of this for free. Yeah, no problem, we'll eat that.
It's the equivalent of having to eat your Christmas sprouts.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
You
have
do
my
it because
sprouts
you're
now.
polite for your grand, don't you?
David De Garcia has just gone to crazy boom as a centre back. Decent looking price, actually. I'm just going to have a look at him now.
Brophy's
Brophy's
just
also
got a
Oscar
lovely
Mingueza as
budget
well.
pick there. Mingueza, 900k for Brophy's. That is a lovely budget pick.
Was that the Barcelona Garcia you were saying earlier? Sorry.
Is he?
I didn't hear the first name. I heard Garcia and then I'm like...
No, he's not. No. He's great. 6'1", 16 jumping reach. He's got some decent mentals, some decent technicals. It's just whether he's going to struggle against some of the more pacey ones with 12 pace and 11 acceleration in there.
Yeah.
The Polish Cafu's just come out. KNEFN.
I think, as you say, King, with Brofist, the early sort of blast of cash, which I really quite enjoy doing that sometimes. If you've got a knowledge of the pool, having that early blast, hitting the big targets that you know are going to make a difference, and then mixing them in with these budget picks, but you have to have those budget picks ready.
Yeah.
This is a pool that I couldn't do that in because I don't have the budget picks ready. But it's a pool that I think Brofist will actually be fairly experienced with. The minute he drafts, he should be fairly experienced with some of these nations that the rest of us aren't necessarily familiar with.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are in it to win it, the stick was revealed at 5 o'clock, and you would be having 5 till 7 to do your budget pick list, your ones that you're going to hit. I do feel like going out, spending a lot of money on your first 11, and then your rest of its budget picks is the way to go, because if you wait and you get your budget picks first, then big players are going to be gone, then game changers. They're not going to be there.
Yeah. Has anyone seen if Inaki Williams actually is in this pool? Because I've not seen him come up yet, but I'm curious if he is. Because I suspect he should be, because certainly second nationality used to show in 22, but I've not seen if he is this year.
Nico Williams and Bilbao's in.
Yeah, Nico Williams definitely will be. That's his brother. He's a Spanish international. It was kind of a weird one where
I mean, there's other Williamses, but not Spanish.
Right.
I'm surprised they're taking to round down by this, but Alex Grimaldo's just been taken as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would show as a Ghanaian, because you used to get it like if you'd done Brazilian pools, you would see all these Chinese guys pull up. But it was the Brazilian guys that had gone to China, got Chinese nationality, played for China. So it'd be a similar situation to Inaki Williams. Is why I was expecting Inaki to show up in this pool. It's one of those ones where I've not done enough research because I've just been so busy with the kids and the graphics and stuff, guys. So I'm really sorry. I'm sounding so unprofessional right now, questioning if someone's in a pool that Mal sent me 4 times to check.
Kenny's picked up Matty Cash, which isn't actually a bad shot. I think that was just 11 million.
Yeah. Whoever picked up Grimaldo there as well, that's not a bad little left back.
Yeah, how much was Grimaldo,
that's the thing.
I think he's 13, 14 mil, I think.
Right, he's got to be one of the best. He's got to be one of the best fullbacks in this pool.
Alex Grimaldo is 20.5 million.
Well, he's gone up since last year, though.
I'm not sure if I'm quite spending that much money on him right enough.
I had all this open before we had them technicals. I had to restart my PC as well, Don. So,
at least your PC started faster than mine. Mine took 15 minutes to restart. Nothing worked. I had to unplug everything and restart it again, and it done another 15 minutes to restart on a computer that loads up in 30 seconds. So whatever broke with it, broke. And it took time to fix. I'm just having a look here at a pick from that I think we missed. Eloise managed to get herself Idrissa Gueye, the sort of holding midfielder. I believe he's back at Everton now, if it's a player that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And again, he's another one of these absolutely top tier for what he does in game, he has all the stats to be one of the best ball-winning midfielders in the game. And he's not insanely expensive. I mean, he's probably expensive in terms of this pool, but he's not insanely expensive.
We've got Kearney FM coming around with the veteran pick, Michael Bradley. Everybody must have picked him in a draft over the last year or so.
I'm not his dad, so I refuse to pick him. I mean, he's obviously a very, very good footballer when I'm saying that, but I'm pretty sure a lot of his football career was down to the fact his dad was a football manager.
I can't believe that he's took to the
82nd
pick. 82nd pick overall for Giovanni Reina, £5 million.
That's craziness. Has anyone picked David Klassen yet? No, David Klassen's not in this pool. Why the hell am I keep saying David Klassen? I literally have said David Klassen would be one of my picks to go to loads, and he's not in the fucking step. And it's taken me an hour to realise that. Guys, this is what happens when you get me on 1 hour's sleep. Oh my days. Has anyone picked David Klassen yet? No, of course they've not, because he's Dutch. And the Dutch didn't go out at this stage. They beat the United States. I was trying to pick my hair,
well.
Vinny, but it's just not for sitting, mate. I'm going to have to get my daughter's hairbrush out in a second.
Aaron Moy, £12 million. I don't know too much about his stats off the top of my head, but do we think that?
I think that'd be a bit overpay.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a bit overpay. To be honest, I'm trying to think.
Good pass, a good composure. Physicals lack a little bit, no pace to sit in that midfield. It's got him down as a wide playmaker. I can't really see that. Decent vision, so it's a good pass of the ball, but yeah, let's say people are going to sort of run around him a little bit.
As someone who plays
87th pick, Granite Jackass. Sorry, no.
Yeah, no. I would just say with Aaron Moy, as someone who plays Football Manager in Scotland quite a bit, the fact that Celtic aren't playing him in game and he's £12 million would suggest to me he's overpriced. Obviously, I'm a Rangers fan, so I'm not managing Celtic, so it's AI selection can be skeptical, but typically they do still play their best players. Or at least their best players by current ability rating. So it would suggest to me that he's not quite there in terms of if you were to compare to Callum McGregor. I struggle to see a Callum McGregor being £12 million. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's still 5 or 6. Obviously, he's not in this step, so he's not relevant to the step, but just as a like-for-like comparison.
Right, on Tyler Adams go 4.8 million. Actually, a very quite a good player.
4.8 million for Tyler Adams. Wow,
Tyler Adams, yeah, and his work rate, his aggression, the natural fitness and the stamina are all great. The technicals are not the best, but someone 14 tackling and 16 aggression to sit as a ball-winning midfielder is probably a very good pick for.
All the times I said David Klassen, I meant Tyler Adams.
Yeah,
they just bought him off.
Yeah, we've got Boom in the chat. Actually, didn't want to correct you, Don. Come on, Boom. You're not normally shy forwards and coming backwards, are you? Do you know what I mean? Should have corrected him.
Seeing as I'm in chat, I don't know who Rohit is.
That's me. I think he's talking about me.
Yeah, he
okay.
Ben would really like to know what you scran tonight.
Would you mean a scramble? What I had for dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, I had a burger for dinner.
See,
you'll be asked what type of burger, what type of relish you had on it, so we'll just preempt all this. And Tyler is wanting away from yourself, King, as well.
I mean, you give me a sub and I'll give you a wave.
Well, one of the bad picks is for that Maltese are put in has just been picked up in Oriol Romeu.
He's someone I don't know huge amount about. I'm just going to have a look at the notes.
Seven pace and acceleration was in there.
I don't mind that if you're using him as a deep. I mean, obviously, I've not seen his stats to really comment on him. And Mal's not flagged him. He's flagged him as a good DM minus the pace. If he's a good DM that can pass and has decent vision, I'd be happy with him as a deep line playmaker. I don't mind a deep line playmaker that's quite static in that role. Ben, unfortunately, I am too well are too old these days to be introduced with such things as introducing the younger generation for good influences, because I've got 3 of my own kids to give bad influences to. So I can't be a good role model to anyone else's kids, unfortunately. Tyler, since you're the younger generation, behave and don't smoke, mate.
Just to confirm, how many are we allowed to pick tonight?
A minimum of 18, maximum of 20. That should have been put in the step things, but I was on 0 hours sleep at the point that I put the step down for everyone, so that was not put.
With a minimum of 5 players to go, Brofist is down to 12 million. So
I mean,
it'll be interesting to see
he'll
how he
spread
fills that
out, don't
squad.
worry. He'll spread that out.
Yeah,
From
I was
Ben
seeing a
for
couple of times.
RC, what type of burger are we talking? Beef? Question mark. Are we lightly cooked to bread? Lettuce, tomatoes, ketchup, relish, chips? Gotta have the questions.
Okay,
Ben is one of those. If you give him a bit of a detail, he will badge you until you got the whole lot.
Yeah.
All right. If you want
But
me to be
he's great to
specific.
have in chat because he creates conversation. So we
That's
love
a
having him
fair
around
point.
here.
Yeah, I had a chicken burger. I had some ketchup on it. I'm not a fan of like having like mustard or whatever like that. I prefer sort of standard ketchup. I did have chips on it. I did have regular chips. A little bit of salt in it, and obviously, yeah, and that's probably about it. I'm quite simple, to be honest with you.
I mean, I went into full detail last week and I got a -2 out of 10 for my dinner last week.
Yeah, but that's
And
only
I'm pretty
because
sure I'm getting a
anything
-2 out of 10 again because it was spicy again, and that was why it was a minus.
anything spicy. Look, I'm going to say now, but I had a chicken curry with chips, and I know for a fact that mine's going to be at least a 1.
I'm sorry, with chips.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Chinese chicken curry, not an Indian one.
Massive pick from Gerb on the 104th pick. He spent £42 million on Ansu Fata.
I mean, to
That's
be fair, if you
expensive
have
for
the money
Fatty.
for it, the last couple picks, why not, isn't it?
Yeah, it must
I
be
think
strategized in a different way. Sorry, Dan.
I think Fatty's one of those ones that is so good, but is he £42 million good? And that's the big question I have. In this pool, he can be that kind of player, but I still have a question. If he used to come up against Brofist defence, for example, I don't think he's good enough to breach that defence. If anyone agrees or disagrees with me, welcome to challenge me. Christian Tell gone for 13 million. He's a bit expensive as well, isn't he?
I was just coming to terms with the chat. Sauce in the fridge or the cupboard. I mean, come on, this is disturbing now, isn't it?
Covered.
It's got to be in the fridge.
Actually, depends on the sauce. It depends on the sauce.
It does, doesn't it?
There you go, called it. I got 1 out of 10.
Also, regular chips. We're talking about Betty's. No, I actually do homemade chips. So I just get normal potatoes, cut them up, put them in an air fryer, and then just get them out.
I really need to invest in one of these air fryers because
they're good.
Yeah, same.
So many people tell me how good they are, and I'm just sat there with my George Foreman and my standard oven that takes forever to cook anything. Like you add 5 with my oven, you add 5 minutes onto the cooking time because it takes that long.
Oh no, for me, because I have whenever I got to work, I would have brown rice and like sort of grilled chicken, but I would do that all in an air fryer.
I'm going to be ordering another Domino's here, by the way, at this rate, because you're making me bloody hungry with that conversation.
I haven't seen if Boom's been in a chat with Gormy today, but I mean, all I see is him signing American players. I'd love to know what his actual team's like.
Does anyone know much about Rafa Mir? He has just gone for £21 million. He's a player that I've heard good things for, but I'm not 100% sure.
Wow. I mean, 6'1". No, I think the only green stat is his heading at 17. Everything is sort of decent. It's got him down as a complete forward. Struggling a little bit with vision, with 10 and passing of 11 up front, but 15 finishing, 13 composure. He's got to be more of a backup striker, I'd say. But actually, something good with him. He's actually both-footed, so There's no trying to drag the ball onto the other foot.
Firmino for £4.6 million.
It was Cameron Carter, because now that is a good backup striker. You don't want to be wasting
Yeah.
£20 million on somebody that's going to be a backup. Firmino, £4.6 million, well-rounded, will get you goals.
Yeah.
I had to flag that because, to be honest, I completely forgot he was Spanish, and he is Spanish. So he is in this pool. I'm mentioning Dutchmen that aren't in this step, but I'm missing the Spanish strikers that are absolute bargains. Firmino was one of those guys that, see, when I was doing my single player save, the amount of people that came into my saving went, get this guy. And it was always Firmino. You know, it was never that Brazilian wonder kid, Evangelson or whatever his name is. It was always Firmino that people mentioned to me. And he looks so good. So good. I cannot believe he's only £4.6 million. Sergio Gomez going to Shotty as well. I like Sergio Gomez in this pool, to be honest with you. I wouldn't have him as a starting player, but off the bench, he is one of the most versatile players you can have. Can play all the way down that left flank, can play centre mid, CDM, cam, you name it, he can do it. Yeah, Crazy Boom said he's got him in as single player. Carter Vickers is a very good player, to be fair, Boom.
Yeah, have a look at him.
Yeah, Mal, I'm not surprised, mate. The amount of people that have said get him is unbelievable to me. And it's people who are knowledgeable about FM as well that are recommending this guy. So, another one of Mal's to avoid list has just gone. It was Marco Rocca, the Leeds CDM. I believe a big part of that was to do with his price. I'm just going to, again, quickly read the notes on...
Yeah, just not very good for the price.
Yeah. So he's 15.75 million. Again, kind of flagged up that if you're going to get him, it has to be a DLP.
Taylor, Pulisic is gone. Pulisic was picked, I think, maybe quite earlier on.
Yeah, it was Crazy Boom that got Pulisic as well. Again, that was a gourmet pick, but I think it's very, very difficult to challenge how good Pulisic will be in this pool. I think that Boom, from what I have seen, I'm going to try. Boom, if you're listening to me, I'm literally just loading your stream up right now. Would you mind quickly flicking your team up for me, please, buddy? If you have a quick second when you're not shortlisting. FM Hub, ask away, mate. Ask away anytime. So, Vinny, I am in the hybrid. So, right now, I have this Ghost Vape that is great, juicy grape flavour. Boom has just flicked his squad up for me. What a legend. So, we are looking. I tell you what, I genuinely think Boom is drafted fairly well. I think Adam Moy's a bit overpriced. Two Celtic players. Boom, you need to be balancing this out with James Sand or Mala Stillman, please, mate. You're breaking my heart, my friend. 3 Celtic players in there. It's got Kyogo in there as well.
I also think one more goalkeeper might be needed because there's only one goalkeeper there.
Yeah. I'm one of these guys. I don't mind being a one goalkeeper. In a 20-man step, I'm quite happy to just have one goalkeeper. So I'm very much of that mindset. I am not a backup keeper guy. But yeah, I think Boom's drafted very, very well here. I think Boom's drafted well here. I'll be well. I also have an elf bar, Tyler. I've got an Apple Peach one. I've just not opened it yet, mate.
Definitely agree with Don. In a draft like this, where it's not a database, one goalkeeper is probably more than sufficient.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that Boom takes my advice on picks of James Sands, though, because I need balance for those 3 Celtic players. But while I'm praising him for having a good team, I feel very dirty praising him for that.
I thought you would avoid all of these Celtic players.
To be honest, I quite often do, but at the same time, I do respect that a lot of them are very good players. I think Moy and I think he had 3 or 4 there. Moy and Kyogo, I think, are questionable in this pool, and Mal obviously agrees with Kyogo. But I think the likes of Hatate, I think, would be very good in this pool. I'm not sure how much real Hatate actually is, to be honest with you. But I'd have been picking him over Moy. If I'm honest. He's taking my advice. He's having a look at James Sands. James Sands is only 475k for James Sands, by the way. 475k is a very, very solid CDM. I wouldn't play him as a centre back. It would be a CDM that can play centre back for me. But 475k, he could be one of my bargain picks this year. I didn't realise it was that cheap. Oh, legend! What a legend, Boom is. He's taking James Sands. We're giving the hype parts. We're giving the hype parts out there, mate. You're getting some. You're getting some. Ben is asking if you are long or short-sighted, RC.
I'm short-sighted.
I mean, that means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And Ben, it's right now I'm hybrid and trying to get off the tobacco. So typically I am having the vapes to ease the cravings and the cigarettes when I'm struggling with said cravings. So that's kind of thing. And Tyler's asking what type of shampoo does everyone use? I use Head and Shoulders because I have psoriasis. It's the only thing that bloody helps it for the thing under the hairline. FM Hub, I have missed your question. I am really sorry, buddy.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it for you, Don. No, I'm not getting the clothes rack out.
I mean, while we take a break, you can do a quick change for us if you want. If our competitors are taking 18, they are on their last round of pick now.
I'm just trying to have a look and see some of the names that are left. Hector Bellerin's still there, and he's got to be one of the better right backs in this pool. £15 million now. It's a fairly big expense at this stage of the draft, I imagine, for a right back. Yeah. But it surprises me he's still there because his physicals are still there.
Is Pedri still there? Is the question. Pedri and Gavi.
I've not seen them go, but that's not to say they haven't gone. Because there has been times where I've just missed them. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the people that I am kind of watching just now would not see them pop up just down to budget.
Yeah.
Eloise has got, if she's going for 18, she could.
Pedri is still there. I'm not sure on Gavi. So Pedri has not gone.
Boom has Gavi.
Ferran Torres has just been picked up by Eloise.
Yeah, Eloise
with 18 players, she's still got £29.5 million to go.
Good question, Limo. Good question. Are we drafting here or talking about habits?
We're doing both. We can multitask.
I think we're covered just about everything here, Limo. I mean, I've been talking about Dutch players in a pool that doesn't have Dutch players, you know. So if we can talk about the habits, it probably saves my embarrassment for another 5 minutes longer. And literally, I was talking about Dutch players like they were must picks as well. So
David Clark being one of them.
It was my step, which makes it even worse. So I deliberately didn't put Dutch players in, and I said pick the Dutch players. Gregor Kobel just flagged up as not gone. John Brooks as well, another solid centre-back option still available as well.
Patrick Gay as well.
Yeah. So I'm surprised to see some of the names that are still available at this stage. John Brooks would have actually been one of my sort of go-tos if I couldn't have got certain defenders, because he is a guy who can tackle, reasonable positioning, and absolutely top-notch in the air. Pushing up to make his own chips, but calls it dinner.
I'm not posh. If you see where I'm from, I'm not posh. Look at my accent.
You're talking to a guy with my accent, mate. So I think you're winning on the posh stakes here. Ricardo Rodriguez still available as well. A very sort of solid left back, not elite, but again, someone that can cover your set pieces. He's still available. Eric Garcia still available. 250 million has maybe not left them as much to play with as we maybe thought it would in terms of getting some of the names that we thought would possibly go. Is there anyone you guys have been shocked to see not going yet that you're just seeing maybe on people's lists that haven't gone or anything like that?
I've just seen Fabianski show up, so decent, strong goalkeeper. He's not gone, but I'm struggling with some of these streams at the moment.
Ben, you can't get me a conversation about Scottish culture and history on an RTL stream. It would be derailed to the high heavens while I give everyone a history lesson.
Don't start him off, Ben, please. You've only got till 11 o'clock tonight.
And we need to announce a winner in that time as well.
I think
John Brooks is only 2.7 million, by the way. He looks like he'll be an absolutely bargain centre back down the line. There'll be some pool where I'll flag him up.
I've just seen Timothy Weah in there. I think I looked him up yesterday. He's in there at 3.8 million. He's not the best budget player, but he wouldn't be a bad one, to be fair.
So FM Hub is asking, everyone has a door in their background, I think apart from yourself, RC. He's wondering where all the doors lead to. Yeah. That door there leads to my hall, so it leads to the entire rest of the house, is the answer for mine. And that box is my Christmas tree that's not been put up yet, so that will be up for next time. That's why it's in the background. I'm not trying to remove my background again because I killed my computer the last time.
Mine leads to Narnia.
Mine's just a cupboard, but according to the lads from my chat, it's my sex dungeon, so I'm not going there.
Oh, right, please go in there. I need to see the change, mate.
Bring the camera in there as well.
Definitely get you to get that clothes rail out there.
No, for me, it's just to the rest of the house. This isn't my bedroom. My bedroom door looks like it. I have no other cupboards that lead to any other sort of. I don't have any doors that lead to any other cupboards or whatever.
Yep. It looks like we're on sort of round 20 just now, guys. Everyone making our 20th pick. So squads are just getting their final sort of stages. Eloise made all her picks with 5.5 million remaining. Fairly solid use of budget that. Looking at her team, some names I really like in there. I'm not really a big fan of her front line. Lua, I know you were a big fan of Morata in terms of this pool, but Debriel Sow in midfield I really like. Not seeing anyone else that because we're kind of in that sort of we'll scroll up. Eloise, you must be listening. Absolute superstar. I'm really liking the back line though. David Soria in goal, someone who I flagged early on for his price. Inigo Martinez, Mark Bartra, Richards and Alvedi as the centre backs options. I think that's 4 very solid centre backs. I think that's a solid draft from Eloise.
I'm just having a look at Shotire's team. He's got his up. In goal, his main goalkeeper, I'm assuming it's going to be his main goalkeeper. He's got Robert Sanchez, and we've got him down to not to be one of the better picks. But up top, he has got Sadio Mane. He's also got people like Bednarik, Sergio Gomez, Itakura. So it looks quite. It looks like a half decent side, but the goalkeeping option there, Robert Sanchez, I'm not entirely sure unless he wasn't going to be going for Sanchez as his number one.
Yeah. Did I see there Shotty was one of the few people that took 2 goalkeepers as well?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah.
Got a big question in chat. Don, when the commentator slot appeared, was it ever filled for the position? I do think you are first in the running for our Food to Legends show, which is going to be our sister spin-off.
That is Jono's next podcast. To be honest with you, I didn't deal with that side of it. I was potentially going to be a dropout myself, so there was potentially another space available. But thankfully, I managed to get an hour's kit before we started. Not that it helped, clearly. But, you know, I kind of was trying to just leave that to John to deal with. Brilliant is obviously unwell, so typically that'd have been him dealing with it, but he's not been able to deal with it for his health reasons. So John kind of took over for that side, and he done it his way. And RC was the first one to reply, and I think RC's came in and done a fantastic job so far. So thanks very much for jumping in at such short notice, RC. That'll be time for us to take a quick 5-minute break, guys, and it allows our competitors to sort their tactics out and go for a bathroom break themselves. So we'll see you again in about 5 minutes time, guys.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made.
Hey, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We are back on. I was just reading an article there, and I'm like, the music's not going. King's done us dirty there. King's done us dirty. He's literally not even got his camera on. He's literally just flicked us back on and went, you guys deal with it. Everyone's still just sorting out their tactics and stuff. So how do you guys feel about the drafts that you've saw so far? I've only seen a few teams, and there's a few teams that all look quite interesting, I think. What do you guys think?
Absolutely. It's going to be. I kind of like Bros. Go big early. Get these big players that you know are going to perform, and then go and not so much scrape the barrel, but like go get down and pick out some of these sort of lower valued players, and it'd be interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah. Same with Eloise. I think she's picked quite a good amount of players. I think sticking to getting actually some notable names in there as well as some not so much, some cheap players as well. But yeah, I think both of them two have been quite good.
Yeah, the teams that I've seen so far, I've seen Eloise's team, which I think is a very solid team. I've seen Gerb's team because he's been kind enough to post it. I've seen Dave's team, because he's been kind enough to post it. I've not seen Brofist team since sort of like the first sort of 5 or 6 picks, and I've seen Crazy Boom's team, and I think they've all drafted fairly well. There's not a huge amount of players that I go, that's a bit iffy. Gerb's one that sort of I'm very mixed on. There's a lot of players in there that I really like: Kevin and Babu, Barkey, Koulibaly, and then mixed in with it is Marco Rocca and Igo Aspas and Ansu Fati, where I'm like, that money could be spent a bit better, but at the same time, it still looks a very, very strong team. And if you can get Aspas, Fati, and Rocca firing, and playing in ways that suit their styles, then they're still 3 very dangerous players. So that's not a criticism. He'll know his tactic better than what I will. He's got Hung Wee Chan in there as well, Hang Wee Chan rather, who will be a very sort of influential player. So lots of players that can play in different sort of positions and versatile players in his team. I'm kind of just firing through. Oh, we've got Brofist who's just been come through as well.
I'm just having a look at Dave Goodyear's team. I'm liking the going forward. You got Lewandowski, Asensio, Reina, Fornells, Joaquin is a very good backup player. You got Danny Garcia and Abora to sort of hold that midfield. Johnny Manquillo, very good wing backs. And then I'm just looking central defensively. I don't really know Aaron Long or Ure and I don't know anything about the goalkeepers really. So I think he's out to score more goals than anyone else.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick run through Brofist team now. You've got David Rea in goal. That flag is probably the best sweeper keeper in the pool. Specifically as a sweeper keeper rather than an actual sort of goalkeeper. You've got Akanji and Pau Torres and Juan Miranda at left back as well. Zakaria sitting in front of them with Cabellas and Elena as a midfield pairing. Looks pretty scary. You've got Son up there with Bully Dia. I don't know who Hyung Jong is, who I've just absolutely butchered his name. Apologies to him. But that team looks pretty scary. You've still got players like, I'm just having a quick run through the bench. To be honest, I don't know a single player on that bench, so I'm not going to comment on that. And that's where kind of maybe Brofist budget thing is. But the fact that he's got that first 11 out of 250 million to me screams that he knows what he's doing here, as we kind of thought he would. Some pretty strong squads, I'll be honest with you. I am also very impressed with Dave's team, as Lewis touched upon. I think having that front line that he's got is very, very good. Again, I do find it interesting he's going with the 2 goalkeeper options, and I think both of them are quite cheap goalkeepers, so it's maybe one of those where he's taken 2 goalkeepers that he's maybe used in the past that are quite cheap, and it's if one doesn't work out, I've got the other one as sort of a bringing in option. Would you have 7 games here, so you don't want to have a goalkeeper you don't trust for 7 games?
I'm just having a look at Salmon's tactical setup, and it's interesting is the word for it. I'll be honest. Alcazar is his leading man, but he's looking very defensive in how his team is going to be set up. So it'd be interesting to see how this actually plays out.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look through the tactical setups, and it looks like Eloise is going with a very similar style to what she played last week. Everyone else that I have looked at is in a 4-2-3. Literally I've got 4 of our 8 competitors up right now.
Yeah, I've just seen 2 the same.
And all 3 of them, 3 out of those 4 are playing 4-2-3-1. Now that's not a bad thing. I like a 4-2-3-1. We do have slightly different role sets, so they will play different. I'm quite interested to see how they will come up against each other. And talking about the defensive side of it, Louis, there was a game last week where I believe Harry played build-up play. And I said straight away, looking at Harry's tactic for that game, that Harry had played that game to nullify build-up play, but had very little going forward. So I'd have been keen to see how that was. What games do you all wanting, guys? King, it looks like you have taken Shotty versus Salmon versus Gerb there. Anyone else want to pick a game?
I'm interested to see how Brofist is going to go. So I've got Brofist Eloise.
Right, not a problem.
I was just interested in Salmon's formation there, so yeah, we'll keep that on the screen.
Right, I will take Shotty versus Dave then. Nice and easy. I've also got both views of this, so I'm going to go with whichever stream is slightly ahead. They actually both look like they're the exact same spot, so that is perfect. Perfect quality stream, boys. Yeah, right. Louis, am I getting right information here that Gerb is not online just now?
Yeah.
No, he's not. He
Kearney's-
hasn't been online for me. No.
Right.
And Kearney's stream for me is still about 5-10 minutes behind.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, he's still drafting.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, Kearney is still drafting for me. Right. That could be a problem. I did have a link for Gerb. I wonder if maybe he's had some technical issues. Yeah, no, he's definitely shown us offline.
He has just put in the chat that he couldn't fire up the streaming time, and he's sorry for that.
Right, no worries. Right. Look, if you just enjoy whatever football you can get, if Gerb could update us with the score in the chat of Gerb's game, that'd be absolutely awesome, buddy.
I've got Gerb on stream now because he's playing Salmon, so I've got Salmon's perspective of that.
Ah, right,
Yeah.
with you. So, who is Kearney playing then?
Dave, wasn't it?
No, Dave's playing Shotty because I've got that. It's
I've
no
got
there.
Eloise or Brofist.
Right. So, Kearney versus
Boom. And I've just turned it on to Boom, and Boom is actually 2-0 up.
Brofist is 1-0 up against Eloise.
Right. So if you go through Boom's link just now, then, buddy, as said, he is 2-0 up. I've got the link there for you as well, just in case you need it. I did think Boom drafted quite well, so that doesn't surprise me to hear that he started quite strong there.
Isco's got. So actually, the replay has just come up now. So Rico's running down the left, plays it down to Pulisic, and now brilliantly, I think it's been put on there. There we go. Pulisic plays it into Isco, first time in the bottom corner, makes it 2-0.
Brofist, Danny Ceballos.
I've picked the wrong game here, guys.
Yeah, Hammer.
To answer Ben's question, what will I do with the cardboard box once the tree is put up? It is a reusable tree because it's plastic, so it will go in a cupboard, ready to put the tree back in after Christmas, mate. That is the plan for that. The kids go away on Boxing Day, so the tree will be down by the end of Boxing Day and back in that box. Oh, big chance for Lewandowski, but it's hit it straight at Sanchez. Remains 0-0 here, 37 minutes played.
We're in the 54th minute, Salmon versus
Gerb. It's a goal. It's a goal for Kearney, and it looks like some of the issues that we're having with defenders is not done. Cash plays a long free kick over the top. The striker starts to go for it. The goalkeeper dives, doesn't get the ball, and Iglesias just has to tap the ball into an empty net.
Salmon's also gone 1-0.
All right, we've got a goal here as well. It is 1-0 up to Shotty. He has taken a leaf out of my book, scoring from a corner. It was a Luis Alberto ball into Diang, who won it. Very, very similar set piece routine to the ones that I use, which is why I'm saying it's a leaf out of my book. So, Shotty, nice to see it, mate.
Morata misses.
Ikai Munian for Salmon 1-0. Robbed the ball off the defender on the edge of the area, slots it home. That's his first shot on target.
And Ferran Torres is injured for Eloise. Ferran Torres is injured.
That'd be quite a big hit for Eloise, I think. Did she have many backup players for that role?
She might put on Dennis Suarez because she's playing She's playing two attacking midfielders in a 4-1-2-2-1 or 4-3-2-1.
Oh, off the post for Boom.
That's a very similar tactic to what Eloise used last week. Those sort of attacking midfielders were very, very crucial for her system. So it'll be interesting to hear how that affects her.
Right, okay, so Kearney is 2-1 down and a player down because he's just had a man sitting off for a horrible two-footed tackle. I did see who it was, and I've forgotten already with my old age. So, but yeah, Kearney is 2-1 down and a man down.
It will tell you in about 4 seconds' time when the highlight finishes who it was. We are still 1-0 here.
With what a goal line save from Brofist. Goal line. Oh my God, that is insane.
Oh, and it's in the back of the net, but is he offside? We're just waiting for a VAR decision. And it's a goal. So Danny Olmo plays the ball in. It's headed back across the goal, and Zimmerman scores, and it's 2-2. The 10 men have just equalised.
Bad luck. Eloise is getting just. I feel sorry for her. She's just getting the bad luck completely.
She did that last week, though. She lost 2 of the first 3 games last week, and then she went on a absolutely barnstorming run. So that may not be it may not be so bad. Plus, she's getting a tougher game out of the way first.
Yeah, that's true.
We're still 1-0 here. We're seeing some tactical changes now.
I'll tell you what, Szczesny is a terrible, terrible goalkeeper. He nearly conceded from another mistake where he comes out to go and grab the ball and then he just completely misses it. But Kearney's side just didn't take advantage. Szczesny at the moment is proving to be a terrible pick.
Finished in the Salmon Gerb game, 1-0 Salmon, very even game. Kim Min Jo.
Oh, it's 3-2 Kearney. It's 3-2 Kearney. He's a man down, and his corner routine has worked perfectly. Campana with the ball into the far post, and Iglesias with the header. And we're not even at 40 minutes, and it's 3-2 Kearney.
That sounds like a very good game.
I was just having a laugh at the chat here. Ben's giving me those again. I love it.
In answer to your question, Ben, yes, I do shave the beard. If it does get too long, you can get food or sauce stuck in it.
The worst bit is, and I know because I've recently shaved mine off, as you know, the worst one is when you start eating your own beard when you're like mid-food. And like you've just got this bit of beard hair in your mouth and you're like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
Oh, Lewandowski, it's 1-0. Oh, wait a minute, it's VAR. Oh, that would be harsh. That is a really well-worked move. I'm not sure if it is offside or not.
She's gone quite. Morata
it's disallowed.
Again.
Oh.
Morata's not finishing his dinner for Eloise.
That was really unlucky. Oh, my days. That is never offside, yeah. The lines are literally flashing on it and it's been disallowed. That is really harsh on Dave.
Yeah, so it's after being 2-1 up and a man extra, Crazy Boom is having a real mental time trying to work out how he can change this for the better now. He's looking at so many different options. I'm not entirely sure he knows what he can do to fix this at the moment. Other than one change for Nino's on for Milic.
2-1. It might be offside though for Eloise. Is that? Let's see. What does VAR have to say? It's awarded 2-1. Interesting. 60 minutes in, Brofist is still up, but it's 2-1.
Oh, this is harsh. Diang has just scored for Shotty again. Good play down the left from Galan, I think it is. But given the disallowed goal, I feel, it's a mistake by Johnny as well. He's actually got a foot to that, and he's just sort of played it in Galland's path, who's then had a simple ball across. But I feel a bit for Dave there, I really do. Stat-wise suggests Joty's probably been the better player, but I feel like that goal should have been a goal.
Boom is getting more of the highlights here.
Getting around the back, Louise. No.
Oh, and there's a goal. It's 3-3. Fernino, the substitute, has come on and headed that into the bottom corner. We're going to be a bit delayed in the seeing the replay here, but Jeremy is causing Carney so much trouble down the right hand side, and the ball comes in, and Fernino with the header. It's 3-3. This game's not over. We got 23 minutes to go.
Full time here as Shotty has beat Dave 2-0. A bit unlucky for Dave there. I think that Lewandowski disallowed goal that for me was onside really hurt him a little bit there. I think that could have really changed the game.
Yeah, still 70 minutes for me. Brothers are still 2-1 up, but still, it's been very much a game of ping pong instead of football, with the amount of crosses that have been playing and the amount of bounces on the ball.
There's a lot of tactical changes from Eloise.
Yeah,
trying to get that goal back against Brofist.
Yeah, Luis is going quite aggressive here.
You've covered this game a lot, RC. How can you see the last 18 minutes plus added on time going?
Oh, it's very much 50-50. I can see Luis getting back in it. If the tactics go well and if everything goes well for her, but otherwise, if it doesn't, Brofist could quite easily take this. It's been a very 50-50 game in the second half.
Very much a Michael Owen comment there.
Oh, nearly 4-3. Boom. Jeremy is causing so many problems down that right hand side. And Josh Sargent scored for Kenny. Cash just runs down the right hand side of the pitch and he plays a beautiful ball into Josh Sargent, who just slots it past the goalkeeper. It is 4-3 to the 10 men of Kearney. That's an incredible ball from Matty Cash. One touch from Sargent into the far corner.
Am I right in thinking he was 2-0 down in that game as well?
He was 2-0 down, I think. Yeah, he pulled it back to 2-1, got 10 men. And it's been a bit of a mental game.
Surprised so far, there's been no draw.
And it's 4-4.
As soon as I said that.
From the corner comes in Christian Pulisic with his head, and it's 4-4.
What a game!
What a game! Eloise is going even more aggressive, much higher defensive line.
And it's 5-4.
Oh my God, this game is insane.
Aaron Moy has just scored. It is 5-4. It's a brilliant bit of build-up play. The ball's played in the box. Aaron Moy just has to slot it into the bottom corner. I mean, Boom's goalkeeper Chesney is on a 5.8. I hate to see what Kearney's goalkeeper's on as well.
I'm just having a quick look at the stats of this Eloise Brofist game, just because I quite like to do this kind of thing when I'm sort of between games. And it looks like Eloise's problem has been hitting the target. She's created a lot of chances looking at sort of like the stats, but they've not been on target enough, which is the reason why Brofist is winning this game. because he's been able to get those chances on target.
Ooh.
And when you get them on target, you've got more chance of winning the game, obviously.
Oh,
I mean, it's
what a
not just
save!
that, it's
I've
her
just,
main
I've just been,
man.
I've just been slating Chesney, and he's just pulled off a cracking save.
I mean, it's not just that for Eloise. Morata has not done well for her at all. Been missing quite a few chances. Potentially could have, if he slotted one home instead of chipping it, it wouldn't have been. It would have gone in instead of being cleared over the line. But it is 2-1 to Brofist. It's a very, very sort of, I would say, an even second half. But I think definitely the first half, Brofist took it, and it's just a matter of it was a game of who is the better defense.
Tyler has given us some cooking instructions for anyone that wants to make bread in the chat.
Okay, so Boom's game is finished. It's finished. Kearney 4, Boom 5. It's difficult to explain what happened in that one, other than Boom's goalkeeper Chesney had an absolute terrible time for the first 2 goals, and then it's just been back and forward ever since, and just goes to show that 10 men is still not really having 10 men is still not really that much of a factor. You can still give a very good game with 10 men in this. And Pulisic
Vinny,
got a
that's gone over my
9.9.
head, mate. That has gone way over my head.
Right, so after game week 1, we can't sit. We have
Shotty is
Shotty.
top of the top. Boom in second, I believe I saw there.
Yeah, Bro's in third, Salmon 4th, Kearney 5th, Eloise 6th, Jerb 7th, and Dave 8th.
Yep. And I'm hoping we can see the fixtures for the next game at some point as well. Scottish people, man. I know, right? I know.
I mean, here's what it's looking like. I mean, so far, from the first game, Dave Goodger's sort of tactic hasn't seemed to work for him.
Interesting. He's just having a little look at the tactical review of this game himself, of that first game. As I said, I think that offside goal really hurt him. I think that was as he was coming back into the game. And very quickly after that, the second goal for Shotty went in. But I didn't really see a whole lot of Shotty's tactical setup. But just looking at Dave reviewing it there, it was a very sort of defensive. I don't know if that was him just trying to see the game out.
Right,
okay.
like I've got the fixtures here. I've got the fixtures here. So it's Bro versus Boom, Dave versus Salmon, Jerb versus Eloise, and Shotty versus Kearney.
I would say Bro versus Boom is probably quite a good feature game if you want that one, King.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
I'll take the Eloise game if nobody minds.
Yeah, I'll
Cool.
take.
I'll go with Shorty then.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll go with the Dave Salmon one.
It's going to answer a question in chat as it keeps coming up. A micronutrient is a vitamin or a mineral, Tyler?
It's a wonder what Google can do for you these days, isn't it?
I'm actually qualified chef, so I should really know that. Right.
No, because I've never played the pipes either, Ben. Just to get caught up. Fair enough, Boom. Fair enough, mate.
Yeah, crazy Boom. Your goalkeeper Chesney was absolutely awful.
Yeah. While we're just sorting stuff out, I'm just going to take a quick 30-second break, guys. We'll be back in a minute.
Just having a look at Salmon. Salmon's having a little bit of a play with his tactics and his defensive shape and the lines at the moment. It looks like he's going to play a very, very high line with this back three. So it'd be interesting to see how that works.
Oh, information from Shorty. He's played Kearney quite often. and he knows this, and Kenny knows the tactic that Shorty's using.
Ooh.
So that will be an interesting battle.
I can't see if Dave is playing Pablo Fornells as a volante. Not entirely sure how that's going to work. I'll be honest.
He's also playing Mane at cam, Shorty. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting actually.
Yeah, Fornell's rated as a 1-star volante as a defensive midfielder.
I noticed that in the last game. But there's obviously stats there that he's looked at that thinks he can do it. I've done it before where I've played someone on 1-star because they've got the stats to do it, and it sometimes can work on draft mode. It doesn't always, but sometimes can.
Dave's got a worry a little bit about bookings at the moment. He's already got at least 4 players on a booking that I can see on the screen. One of them's on the bench in Manquillo, but Bilbao, Jimenez, and Garcia are all on yellow cards already.
Yeah.
But then again,
Pepe,
saying that,
Porro,
Salmon's in the same boat. Marie, Dest, and Grimaldo all on yellow cards as well, with somebody on the bench. So it'd be quite early to lose players.
We've got 2 on that situation for Eloise and Ander Kappa, her right back, and Inigo Martinez, her centre back. But I don't think there's too much concerns here. It does look like Teles is out. So, yeah. That's not ideal. But, Dennis Suarez comes in as a ample replacement, I think. Not quite the same level, but someone that can do the job.
Yeah. For Shorty, it's 2. It's Pedro Porro and Pepe Cisse, the right centre back and the right wing back.
I'm literally doing like things of Discord. I'm literally just looking at some of the things that got to use the participants and stuff, or our participants rather.
Your mic's gone down. Sound a bit underwater.
Right, testing.
That's better.
I don't know what. I literally just flicked off and on again. So
Perfect.
I don't know any where that was. But yeah, I was literally just saying, I unmuted the streams that I've got just so I can hear a bit of the banter between the contestants or the participants and the contestants, and just try and see what's sort of in their mindset now. And I just hear all that Discord, the ping as they're going between different chats.
Oh, we could have an early penalty to Brofist.
And it's a goal for Salmon. That's Alex Grimaldo has just played an excellent ball. Johnny tried to head it away. Marie out to Grimaldo. Grimaldo with a brilliant crossfield ball. Chested down by Oscar in the bottom corner. 1-0 Salmon.
It's 1-0 Brofist. Min Son.
The game's just started for Schulte and Kearney.
Min Son with a lovely free kick from the edge of the area. 1-0 Brofist.
We are 1-0 Eloise. Alvaro Morata from a corner.
I think Alvaro Morata for her is actually, making up for the game beforehand.
It's 1-0. Gerb has equalised through. I'm not even going to pronounce this guy's name right. Pozuelo. Ansu Fati down the left. He speaks two players and then gets it
1-0
across, and it's
Kearney.
a tap-in.
No, the 1-0. Who is it? We have 1-0 Kearney. Borja Iglesias. Interesting. Yeah, so Olmo, he did shoot. It did ricochet off into Iglesias, who did shoot and did put it into the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, it was so close to Dave. Oh, and again, it's so close to Dave equalising, and ball fell to. There was a shot. The keeper parried it straight into the path of Lewandowski, and he managed to miss it.
With 1-0 half-time in the Brofist Boom game, Boom will be missing Pablo Maffo at right back in the next game after he's picked up 2 yellow cards in 2 games.
Tony Martinez Mane with a good save from Zach Steffen.
Quite interesting here. I'm just having a look at sort of like how this is tactically setting up again. I am surprised. Gerb is getting a lot out of Ansu Fati here. Oh, am I sounding like I'm in a fishbowl again?
No,
that's an old message, Don.
Oh, it is.
You're okay, Don.
Oh, Granit Xhaka nearly put Salmon 2-0 up. He had the chance. He's put it wide of the post.
I'm actually going to switch my screens around because Ben's made a very valid point in chat when I'm watching the game. Koulibaly has made it 2-1 to Gerb from a corner. But
1-1, but it might be offside.
Yeah.
1-1-1 might be offside for sure, though. Let's see what happens. That is a goal. 1-1. Tony Martinez hitting it. Good goal. Hitting it to Diangana with is it Dianga? I'm gonna pronounce that game, but I'm gonna pronounce his name quite bad.
Too money, sus.
Yeah, so it's 2-1 to Gerb here. And this doesn't look good. Dennis Suarez is now injured for Eloise. This is an absolute disaster. Really for Eloise, as that was the replacement player for, who was it that got injured in the last game? Remind me.
It was.
I can't remember, but I know I saw on the screen
Yeah.
that he was out for 3 matches. So you got to hope that Dennis
Ferran
Suarez
Torres.
isn't out. Yeah, Torres.
Ferran
Yeah, that's the
Torres,
one.
who was injured.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
still
Ferran
1-1.
Torres, yeah.
Still 1-1 in the Boom Brofist game. We are on the 87th minute. Maffo has picked up his 3rd yellow card of the tournament. That means he's definitely sent off for this game. Brofist, I think I'm channeling in Ukrainian. He stopped working the ball into the box. He's gone a bit more cautious. I think he was trying to hit him on the break.
Nearly.
Cheers,
nearly
Tyler and
Kearney.
Gerb for confirming.
Could have been 2-1.
I'm feeling a bit here for Eloise because I don't think she's got a single half out of either of them in each of the games.
So it is half time in the Kearney Shorty game. It is 1-1 apiece. Been a very sort of even game, very much a game of counter attacks.
Oh, it's a goal. It's an equaliser for Dave. And Joaquin has just blasted the ball past Kepa. It is a brilliant finish. It was poor defending. Joaquin picks it up. He gives it to Johnny, gets the ball back, runs in the box, and just absolutely smashes it in Kepa's near post.
Goal in the Brofist Boom game. The 11 men of Brofist. Danis Ceballos steps up. He's just onside as the ball's cut back to him and he slots it in from about 7 yards out.
The Shorty has actually brought on Briel Mbola with what we were saying before. Let's see if Mbola can actually make us eat our own words from what we said pre-draft.
Yeah, I mean, we did praise his physicals, just that there was maybe some gaps in his games. He's one of those players in real life who was really hampered by injury from memory. You know, he was on a really upward trajectory when he got a pretty severe injury, if I mind right, just after he moved to Schalke. and it's hurt his career because he was kind of expected to be at Schalke for a year or two and then on to big things from there.
His career didn't pan out how he intended.
Yeah.
Evening, Gareth. Welcome in. There's a big second half now in the Eloise game.
Okay, so there is no card for that foul. Interesting.
How do you see this second half playing out, Dan?
I think a big issue for Eloise is these injuries now. I think it's hurting the attacking side of her game. You know, we've lost our sort of key player in that area and then our backup of that area, which really isn't what you want to see. Eloise is obviously having a good little think about it here and trying to resolve this and, you know, trying to find ways back into this game. I do feel that she's a bit unlucky to be behind again. Similar sort of story from the last game against Brofish from what I've seen, where Eloise probably is marginally the better team, but those shots aren't hitting the target at the moment, unfortunately. And if they don't hit the target, of course, they can't go in.
Yeah, in this game, both players have changed their formation a couple times, but Briel and Bolo potentially on the counter over the bar. Oh, he expected Briel and Bolo to finish that, but he doesn't look like he wanted to finish that game. I'll be honest. Mane, he's taken off Sadio Mane. Interesting from Shorty. He's playing it quite big here.
So Dave's Salmon game is finished 1-1. Not really much to report. I mean, a draw is probably a fair result. A 0.89 versus a 1.12 xG. So everything was pretty level.
Is Salmon just flying through the games? Because I think that's the second one in a row he's been finished by quite a distance first.
The Brofist Boom one, I think, finished before this one. But yeah, there weren't a ton of highlights in that one. So
yeah, I mean, we had a lot of highlights in the first half, and we've not really seen any tweaks at half time. Which, from Gareth's point of view, is obviously good. From Eloise's point of view, is not ideal. I thought that was another injury there, where just that the tactical screen flagged up there. Oh, my heart was in my mouth. Oh, brutal. Hey, Salmon's insane supercomputer. Hey. So is that Brofist up on to 6 points now then, yeah?
Yeah, I think we've got our two top-ranked players in the draft, both on 6 points. Salmon won his game as well, I think, did he?
He drew his
very good save from Zach Steffen. Zach Steffen is actually looking to be quite a proven goalkeeper for Kenny.
I think Zach Steffen in FM is a very good goalkeeper.
He did concede 5 in his first game, though.
I'd really hope he's doing well after picking
2-1
in the draft.
Diagna for Shorty, 2-1. A good cross from Pedro Porro, and just managed to hit it in the bottom left-hand corner for Diagna.
So just a reminder for everyone as well. Top 2 tonight go for... Oh, wait a minute. We've got a VAR decision here before I go into that. Not sure what the situation was. I was kind of talking as watching. It's been disallowed. It remains 2-1 to Gerb. It was Iogo Aspas with the goal, but he'd gone marginally offside.
Shorty, I think, is top now with just on goal difference.
Yeah. So just for a reminder for everyone, top 3 tonight goes out, but you still have things to play for. The best third place from Group A and B will also make our final, just to keep things a bit more interesting. So make sure, even if you are not in those top 2, that you are still going guns for leather, because every point and every goal will count tonight and on Tuesday night.
Potential foul. Red card for Abdou Diallo for Shorty. Shorty is down to 10 men. He's
Murat,
2-1 up,
you
but he's down to 10
got
men.
to hit the target.
Luis Alberto, I think he looks like he's making way. No.
Saying some more tactical changes here. Murat has just missed an absolute sitter. It's another one where it just doesn't hit the target, and it really, really needs to.
Shorty's still staying quite attacking, though. He sacrificed his attacking midfielder that brought on the centre half. .8 minutes in, let's see if Kearney can do anything.
Such a tight game as well in the Bella Louise game, isn't it?
It is. It's been such fine margins. As I say, there was a huge chance with Murata there.
3-1 to Shorty even when he's 10 men down on the counter attack. I think this game might be done with 7 minutes to go without an extra time. Shorty's gone defensive, and it has proven to be successful for him. Four minutes of added time. Branby could have actually scored that now. As it Bradley, it might have been. All right, but corner, last minute corner for Kenny. Nothing results of it, and Bowl on the counter. But that is full time for the Shorty game. 3-1 Shorty.
We've got a late highlight here. Can it be that equaliser? Oh, Murata's hit the post.
Oh, wow. When you just haven't got luck on your side.
Yeah. It's important to remember, though, that last week, both Eloise and Wald qualified for this kind of position. So she's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination yet. Oh, another off the post last minute. It's finished 2-1 here. Very harsh result on Eloise, I think, there. It's a very, very even game.
So after the second round of Matu, Shotty will be in the lead, 6 points, 4 goal difference. Brofist second, 6 with 3 goal difference, followed by Salmon in third place with 4 and 1 goal difference. Gerb will be fourth with 3. Boom, fifth with 3. Dave will be on 1 point in 6th place. And then the two at the bottom, Ella Louise and Carney, both on 0.
Yeah, it's important to remember, though, as I said, both Wald lost his first 2 games last week and Eloise lost 2 of her first 3 last week and then won the group, and Wald was second. Nobody's out of it yet.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
There's still 5 more games to play.
Yeah, 5 more games to go, yeah. So you still have 15 points available. You only need top 3 if you can manage to get a decent points total out of third. So, just do your bit now. Just do everything you can. Go for it. Trust your instincts. Trust your tactics. Trust the players that you've drafted. Ferran Torres and Dennis Suarez will both be out for Eloise's next game, which is a bit of a hit for her. But, I think if we can get Ferran Torres back fit for Eloise, we could really see her kicking on a bit. Also, if I dive out during the next round of games, guys, it's because the kids are coming back and I'll need to just have the camera off and stuff while they're getting dressed and stuff. But I'll be as quick as I can in resolving that, and I'll try and commentate as much as I can round that as well.
Yeah, no worries.
Mm-hmm.
Try and keep an eye on your game and my game if you do need to go and do that, Dan.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, buddy. It's literally, I'll just be trying to get them into bed as quickly as possible. My mum took them out so I could have a little snooze before we started today, because obviously I was on such little sleep with her being ill last night. So
we are looking at match day 3 fixtures. It'll be Boom playing Gerb, Kearney FM playing Brofist, Ella Louise will play Dave, and Salmon versus Shotte in the Battle of the S's.
Okay. I'll take the Battle of the S's then.
Yeah. Right. So then we get. So I'll take Kearney Brofist if that's okay.
Yeah,
and
no
I'll
worries.
go Eloise.
Wicked. That leaves me Boom. Lovely jubbly.
I was literally about to say, can you say them again? And then Eloise nice to have them up on screen for me. So nice and easy.
Boom's got so many yellow cards. He's already missing Pablo Maffo at right back. He picked up a red card, 2 yellows in the last game, but also a yellow in the first. He's got Patrice at centre back, Diogo Rico at left back, Yerim Pino, Isco, and Pulisic all on yellows as well.
Yeah. Interestingly, Brofist has 2 yellow cards, but they're both fullbacks. And what he's done this game is he's taken one of them off. So I wonder if he's got sort of like, obviously I can't really see the roles all these players play, and some of them I'm not overly familiar with. So I wonder if like one of his backup fullbacks designed to play both sides, and he's just being like, right, I don't want to risk both in one game kind of thing. Because that's quite an interesting little tactical switch here.
Eloise has gone and put Bamba Dieng. Striker's dropped him back into the shadow striker role, so hopefully that'll be enough to do something. She's also taken off a fullback because both of her fullbacks were on yellow cards. But even in her team with that going, she's still got 4 players that could potentially be suspended in the next game.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation with her because she's got 2 players that she's picked to play that shadow striker role, and they've both got injured at the same time. It's horrible luck for Eloise. Let's be honest.
Absolutely.
When you think of the way that FM's treated her tonight, with a couple of the chances she's missed, Murata's missed a few major chances, but also the 2 injuries to what last week shown is a key position in her tactic. That's where she was creating things last week, if you remember correctly. So
absolutely, yeah.
It's such a big hit for her. I hope that change works for her. I really do, because I hate to see. Obviously, there's always going to be luck in a game like Football Manager. It's not all pure skill. There's the skill element to it, but there's bits of luck. But I hate to see huge amounts of bad luck going on one drafter in particular in any given tournament.
Yeah,
Funnily enough,
definitely.
it's the tagline down the bottom is Morata's going to be the key player today. So let's hope that he actually is this time.
He's definitely had the chances, so she's definitely getting him the ball in the right positions. It's just whether that now starts converting into goals. Early injury for Brofist as Young's picked up a knock. It's an orange injury. It looks like it's actually one. Looks like it's been a collision with Kearney's left back. It looked like he was orange injured as well. Obviously, we don't see that unless we're both touching the ball at the same time. Yeah, indeed, they are both orange injuries. So it looks like they've had a little bit of a collision. Be interesting to see if any of them change. It's 1-0 Kearney.
It's 1-0 Eloise, and it's Morata. But he couldn't have missed from the goal line, to be fair.
This is a really good play from Kearney. Darters over the top, almost just ran between the two centre backs. I know we can criticise the defensive positioning here, but this is one of those ones where I will give the credit to the run rather than defenders. Such good movement from Danny Olmo there, and Darters found him brilliantly. It is 1-0 to Kearney, and a bit of a shock opening score here.
Also, an early goal on the 6th minute for Boom. Corner whipped in by Isco. Patrice headed in. Bullet header, 1-0.
The one thing I've not seen, and it's actually happened in this game, is something actually happening from a block shot. So Guy actually hit the shot. It bounced off the defender, looped up off the bar, and bounced down for Morata to score in from literally a yard out.
I mean, currently 30 minutes, still 0-0, but I think Salmon's had the closest shot of the game. It deflected, it parried off the keeper, potentially Shaqiri, but I think Shaqiri was offside.
It's 1-1 here in the Boom Gerb game. Goal to Gerb. It's Alex Moreno trying to put in a cross. Fatty there, the first man, sort of fires it past the keeper. 1-1. 28
We're
minutes.
1-1 as well here. I'm not quite sure who scored it, and I'm not going to get to see the replay, unfortunately. It looked like it was a cross from Son into Hu Young, who finished off. That is indeed what's happened. Got confirmation of that. It is Kearney 1, Brofist 1.
I'm not sure what Eloise has changed because she's absolutely dominating Dave. So after half an hour, Dave had 31 possession and 0 shots. That's how much Eloise is dominating the ball at the moment.
Question for Don. Where do you get your wallpaper from?
Alex Grimaldo has actually come on for Salmon, and he's changed formation as well.
And it's a penalty for Eloise. Morata went running to the box and he was taken out.
Huge chance from Danny Cabellos here.
Salmon could have scored. It hit the crossbar, then hit the goal line, and then went out.
2-1 here, Gerb, 46 minutes in. Iago Aspas whips the ball in. Pytex there. Great header.
And Parajo has scored from the penalty spot. Eloise is now 2-0 up. 37 minutes played.
Looks like the Eloise story might continue on from last week, isn't it?
So I can confirm that as my kid's coming back now. That was mom just phoning. So my camera will be off and I'll be in and out of mute when I need to chat and stuff. Also, a quick apologies to chat. Since I switched my screen, which was a very good point by Ben, I'm missing bits of the chat now, unfortunately. But it means that when I have my camera on, I'm actually looking at you guys. So, that's one or the other, essentially. Can't have both. But hopefully that works a bit better. It remains 1-1 here, just going into halftime as well, guys.
It's 3-1 here now, Gerb. Fatty with his second goal of the game. Might have put this game beyond any doubt.
And Dave it's in the first half, and Dave is going for a very, very interesting formation.
Oh my God, 1-0. 1-0 for Salmon, Kim Min Jae.
Yeah, so Salmon has gone for 2 centre backs, 2 actual wing backs, so not full backs on wing backs, actual wing backs. He's got a half back, a centre mid on attack, and then an advanced playmaker in the attacking. No, he's put Rayner as a shadow striker. So he's going to have lots of spaces at the back if Eloise can actually capitalise on it.
Boom's having a lot of chances against Gerb after going 3-1 down, but he's not really taking them. Still picking up plenty of yellows. I think that's Jeremy Pino out of the next match for him as well. I think that was one of the ones on yellow cards. It may be Patrice as well, the goal scorer. He's going to be absolutely having a nightmare for the next game.
We're talking about Eloise's bad luck, and Erin has just been sent off for a second yellow card. So she's 2-0 up, but down to 10 men.
Who was that was sent off for Eloise, sorry?
Aaron. That's what it looks like. It's going to be some weird saying that I'm not. But it says Aaron.
Right.
The left back.
It's all finished here in the Gerb Boom game. 3-1 to Gerb against Boom. We're going to put on the Brofist game on screen while Don's.
Oh, Son has just hit the post from 6 yards out. Craziness here. It remains 1-1. Kearney's keeping Brofist fairly well level in this game. The best chances have fallen to Brofist, but Kearney's doing well to keep him reasonably at bay. I say that as Zimmerman's just deflected a massive shot, and unfortunately for Zimmerman, it's gone in the back of the net. It is 2-1 Brofist. Bit unfortunate there for Kearney. I think Brofist probably just edges it.
Loving the celebration there as well.
Yeah, he's very animated, Brofist. I think it's the first time I've seen his face when he's been streaming, and it's interesting to see how animated he is. It's quite interesting in that you know I know a lot of us are, but he always just seems like such a cool and composed guy when I played him. As he's gone 3-1 up now, a bit of poor goalkeeping here from Zach Steffen as Young doubles up. I think that's the kids back, King. So I'm going to hand over the reins to you for a second.
Yeah.
After this game, would you quickly just rerun over the FM Hub promo, buddy?
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries.
Thanks very much, bud.
How's the other games going, boys?
It's still 1-0 Salmon. It's 75 minutes in.
And there's a goal for Dave Goodyear, and it's Joaquin again. Isn't he like 40? But he's the games I've seen him in so far, he's been absolutely bossing it. But the ball is just dinked into the far post by Rayner, and it's headed in it's crossed in by Johnny rather, and it's headed in by Joaquin.
Penalty for Salmon, and it is 2-0. Paco Alcacer with his first goal. 2-0 to Salmon. Very cool, very clean. But the keeper did go the right way.
There's a lot of tactical changes that keep going on in this one. So a lot of yellow cards going on for Dave Goodyear. I think he's got get stuck in on. So possibility that we could have another sending off, maybe.
We've got a possible goal going to VAR. Just channeling in my inner Ukrainian, and it's been given. It's 4-1. Diallo scores. Brofist has definitely put this game beyond any doubt. We'll definitely get Lou to introduce the FM Hub, and it wasn't Jono, it was me.
And it is a 2-0 win to Salmon. It was well deserved.
I'm
Well
the man
deserved.
with all the buttons tonight, Hub.
That's just going to confuse Ben now.
Also, Ben, I'm not too bad on the darts board. I wouldn't call myself a Michael Van Gerwen just yet. But, you know, there's always time. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a Michael Smith. Probably got the belly to go with it.
It's got a bit quiet in this game where there's been a lot of tactical tweaks. Eloise is trying to shore it up a little bit, and Dave is trying to look at see where the weaknesses are. But Johnny's just run into the box, and that's a brilliant save. Are we going to see the corner highlight? No, no, we are going to see the corner highlight. Joaquin's going to put it in the box, and it's gone back in. Oh, it's just head tennis now.
Brophy's playing some absolute lovely stuff. He's had like 27 shots. He's controlling the play. He's winning 4-1. He's top of the group, and this man's playing from Ukraine. We definitely can put respect on some of that. With what's currently going on in his home country. What a man! He's absolutely bossed this. 3.61 xG. Kearney first half kept it level for as long as possible, but Brofist just smashes him out of the way with his second half performance. What a guy! Yeah, what a man!
Oh, and Dave Goodyear's had another chance, and it was blocked and put over the bar. He's starting to really put some pressure on Eloise's side. Oh. Thought we'd stop for a second then. There we go. Oh, here we go. Diang's making a storming run down the middle, and he's taken out by Fornals. And now Dave Goodyear is also down to 10 men as Fornals has picked up a second yellow card for hacking down Diang. Interesting formation he's going to bring out of it. Joaquin, known in his career of being a tricky winger, is going to be playing as a shadow striker. Lewandowski again. I haven't seen anything really from Lewandowski so far. He's frustrated and on a 6.7. Oh, now Eloise is making a bunch of tactical changes. This one may go on for a little while yet.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of changes made by both. There's a lot of space to fill now with both teams being down to 10 men.
I know Louise, she's gotten rid of the 2 attacking midfielders. She's gone with the defensive midfielder, 2 central midfielders, and 2 strikers.
Yeah, he's got the Mazzala in there to try and provide a little bit of width. And we'll see. I've not really played too much with this CM attack in FM23 so far, but so it's not that she's going to be playing sort of very defensive central midfielders there. They're both going to be bombing forward.
Yeah.
And we got about 20 minutes to go when you include injury time. Oh, someone hasn't pressed play. Eloise has come out of tactics but hasn't pressed play yet. Oh, is someone going to... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go. No. Oh, that's a long ball through. And Morata's through. Oh, he's chipped it in.
Morata.
That I did when Dave changed to that back two. I did wonder how you could use that space, and that long ball over the top was absolutely perfect from Bartra and Morata. I'm assuming that centre back is a ball playing defender, and he's just come out and there you go. Morata actually doing the business for Eloise today.
Yeah, I don't think Bullions is here. He might be behind the scenes somewhere, but I know he's not very well. He might have fell asleep. Promo we're coming up after the recap of the fixtures.
There you go. Got a long ball over the top again, and there's Dieng into Morata. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, that was a chance to properly seal it.
Eloise's look finally turning. Could she come back and win it again from second bottom, just like she did last week?
I'm not sure if any of her other yellow carders are now suspended. She's got Arbilla and Alveldi there on yellow cards. I think Manquillo was one of them on a yellow card, and she's getting told to take him off by the assistant. Oh, about 4 minutes to go. There you go. Lewandowski with the free kick. Oh, and that's a brilliant save. What a save that was from the free kick to stop Lewandowski. Oh. I thought that was offside then if Lewandowski got the ball. Danny Garcia down the left-hand side. Into Lewandowski. Brilliant defending again. Here we go. Morata trying to utilise that space. Oh, he's in the box. Oh, and that shot was absolutely awful. That's more of a cross-turn shot.
Morata, what can you do? Nothing with the ball.
And here we go. I think we're just about done. Are we going to get a final highlight? It doesn't look like it. There we go. Full time. Eloise 3. Dave Goodyear 1. A very good win there for Eloise.
All right, then. What we'll do, Lou, if you can introduce the FM Hub intro.
Well, here we go. So, come and visit FM Hub. Anything that you want for an FM in an FM perspective. Come and find some great streamers, some great YouTubers and bloggers, and come and buy yourself a print. Go on, I dare you. Here we go. Here we go for the trailer.
Big thank you to our partners, FM Hub there. Beautiful. Right.
I just saw a table and it's just gone.
Right, we have got fixtures for game week 4. We have Dave Goodyear facing Boom. We have Gerb the King facing Brofist, who is currently showing white on my screen, so I don't know if he's dropped out, if he's having problems. We have Salmon versus Kearney and Showtight versus Ella Louise.
Oh,
Yeah, Bro Fist is offline. Just while we apparently, according to Ramster in Showtime stream, they've had issues in Ukraine with power. So we'll see if he comes back. But if we just sort of, I've got the table up in front here. So Brofist is top, 3 wins from 3 on 9 points. Salmon is second, 2 wins and a draw, 7 points. Gerb is third with 6 points. Shotaya is fourth with 6 points. They're actually level on goal difference as well. So I'm not sure what's separating them at the moment, looking at this table. Eloise has jumped up to 5th place with that win on a 0 goal difference. Boom is 6th with 3 points on a -3 goal difference. Dave Goodyear on 1 point in 7th, and Kearney somehow is still sat on 0 points.
The chat that I'm getting right now is that Brofest has had electricity issues, as you stated. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we'll be able to get him back in just now. Obviously, I'm trying to get more information on it.
Do we answer a couple of questions in chat? Maybe run a quick break just to give him a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think, yeah, just try and give him a little chance. He's top of the league, and it's obviously his circumstances and situation is nothing to do with Brofist. So I think we do give him the chance to at least, try and see if he can get back in. Just to answer a question in chat, this is sort of like the FM playoffs. It is one of the FM draft ranked competitions. So we have the first qualifying round this week. Next week, I think it is Tuesday, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, Don. We have second qualifying round with the final being the following Thursday.
That is correct. So it's Tuesday for Group B, and then the 22nd of December will be the final.
So we have 8 competitors facing in a league format. The top 2 go through out of both Group A and Group B, with the best third place playoff then going through to also join the final contestants on week 4. Right. We'll just run the quick break screen to try and see if we can get Brofist back in. So we will be back shortly. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody.
Inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, no, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made. Throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. Are made. higher, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made.
Build up play. Thank you for the update, my friend. We will get going again any minute now as soon as King is back.
Ah,
And I'm back.
So we will be continuing without Brofist, unfortunately, King. Kiev is completely out with light, so we hope that Brofist and Build Up Play, who's in the chat as well, both stay safe. But I basically just said to the competitors, we're good to go as soon as they're all ready now. I think under the circumstances, we can't really delay anymore.
Yeah.
And if it's obviously citywide, there's probably not a huge amount of hope in getting them back on tonight, unfortunately. So we'll see what we can do if this does affect Brofist qualification. Obviously, as you say, he's top of the leaderboard at the minute. But we'll do what we can.
Yeah, the show must go on.
Mhm.
So we have next fixtures: Dave Goodyear versus Boom, Gerb King versus Brofist, Salmon FC versus Kearney, and Showtime versus Ella Louise.
Well, obviously we can't watch that game, the Brofist Gerb game, because Gerb isn't live either. So we've got the three games between us.
If Gerb can keep us updated on score.
cool. I will take the. I'll probably take Eloise again.
I'm gonna keep an eye on Boom's game because it's been quite entertaining so far.
I just happen to have Eloise open, but just tell me where you want me, essentially.
Yeah, you take Ella Louise shot at her.
No worries.
I'll sit there looking good.
Don, you taking Eloise's side, yeah?
Yeah, I've got Eloise's side, yeah.
I'll take Shorty's side then.
Right, no worries. So that means that King is not sitting. He's got to cover the game that he's got as a featured game.
Okay.
He's got a different game on there.
No worries.
To be fair, Benny, I'm not a fan of crunchies, but these crunchy rocks are really good.
I haven't eaten yet, Ben. I haven't eaten. I might get some soup later. I could do a Don and bring out the old bickies. But we'll see.
Well, I think Torres is back for Eloise.
Build up, please. Thank you for understanding.
I mean, we're not in the Middle Ages, Ben, but we are in the middle of a recession, so.
So we're only 2 minutes into the game, and Dave is already working on his corner routines. So, not sure what's going on there. There we go. Asensio in the box. And Szczesny has let it slip through his hands. And Dave Goodyear is 1-0 up against Boom. And for the second time, I'm seeing Szczesny being a terrible, terrible goalkeeper.
That's quite interesting. I thought he'd be a really good one.
He was at fault for the first 2 goals in the first game, and seriously, the ball just goes through his hands for the goal in this one so far.
We have a goal here in the game between Salmon and Kearney. Salmon has controlled play so far in the first 25 minutes, and he's inserted his dominance with a Paco Alcacer goal set up by Christian Teller. He's absolutely going wild.
On the other end of the spectrum, we've got 2 commentators sitting on Eloise versus Shotty. And it's taken 26 minutes for the highlight, which I'm pretty sure was Shotty making tactical changes.
Shotty's making tactical changes,
highlight.
Shotty's making tactical changes. That's what happened.
Big clearance off the line from Kim Min Jae.
Brofist is 1-0 up. I drink 2 bottles of Iron Brew a day, Ben. That's actually my 3rd bottle I'm pouring on today because I've been so tired. Yeah, basically, I used to drink 15 cups of coffee a day, and the only way I managed to get off it was replacing it with Iron Brew. So I replaced one addiction with another. But I kind of wish I'd stuck with the coffee because as much as I never blooming slept, it was cheaper.
We're going to have a change here for Kearney. I think Daniel.
How much shortbread do I consume weekly? Not a lot. Not a lot.
Free kick for Shorty. Shorty. Over the bar.
I think Inigo Martinez has done just about enough there actually to stick the attacking player off. I'm not sure who won the header for Shorty, but Inigo Martinez's positioning was really, really good.
Boom has had a couple of very good chances. This highlight is still going though. Hawkins in. Oh, and Szczesny manages to pick up the loose ball.
Cisse is already on yellow. I think he might miss the next game. The passing, the centre back and midfielder just keep passing it. Shorty is getting quite annoyed at that.
We had a goal there, 2nd goal for Salmon. It looks like it might be given offside. It is disallowed.
I tell you what, I caught the flashing on your screen.
1-0 Lorente, but potential VAR.
Pablo Alcacer about a mile offside there.
Brofest has won 1-0 with the ball. Not enough for my liking there, Ben. I wish there was some more.
Yeah, quite a mile offside Lorente.
The good news for Ben, is you won't have to moan about my hair for the final because I got a haircut that day.
I don't understand how that was just missed. I'm sure Lewandowski's just had a header from 6 yards out and it's gone over the bar.
And it is a 2nd goal for Salmon. Alcacer this time stays onside to make it 2-0. Munyain puts the ball across.
Every time I see that little bit of flashing on your screen, it just drags my attention. And it's such an infectious smile that Salmon has. It really is.
Oh, yeah. Celebrations are boss from Salmon here tonight.
I don't care whose game he's playing next. I'm taking his game next. I just want to see that smile. I would hope so too, Ben, because my barber actually won an award for best barber in Britain a couple of years ago. So if he screws up,
Eloise.
you can have words with him.
I mean, I've seen some of your haircuts done. Was it best blowing barber?
If you want to know how bad Chesney is,
or not.
if you want to know how bad Chesney is, Boom has taken him off at half time.
Right, we've got a 3-0 here. Salmon is giving out all the kisses. Alcacer hat trick.
I don't think
I'll tell you in a minute because Asensio's in. I'm not even attempting to say that. It starts with an S.
1-0 Luis Alberto for Shorty. Very good cross from Pedro Porro from the right hand side. And a bullet header. How's Eloise taking it?
Definitely Salmon. No Paco, no party. Coming out of Salmon's chat.
Szymanski is the goalkeeper for Boom, the backup goalkeeper. I have no idea who he is.
I'm not going to get to that bit with you, Ben, but I believe it's because it's done by the Best British Barber Award or something like that. I've got no idea. Yes, I see pictures up on their wall all the time of them.
We're missing a few highlights in the second half of this game now.
Oscar, I think it's no, it can't be the Brazilian Oscar because we ain't got Brazilians in here, have we? Oscar just missed a terrible, terrible chance. Didn't even work the goalkeeper from about 8-9 yards to the right of goal.
Ben, I'm in Scotland. If you wear anything underneath your kilt, you're south of the border, mate. I am the right side of the border for that.
Oh, it's 3-1. Kearney. Iglesias. Long throw into the box. Iglesias rises above everybody else. G will be loving that one. The goalkeeper in no man's land looks like he's about to do triple backflips. 3-1. Can he start pulling this back? Because so far from Kearney, we've seen nothing.
Dave is looking a little bit nervous at the moment. A free kick just got from Milic has just gone over the bar, and Dave is looking like he's trying to time waste. So just try and get that win on the board. He's trying everything now with 5 minutes to go to hold on to this lead.
There's another goal here. The question I just asked, can Kearney produce anything? Salmon's answered that one. Christian Tello, cheeky chip over the goalkeeper. 4-1 Salmon. Absolutely controlling proceedings.
And there we go. He held on. There was no highlights after his defensive changes. Dave Goodyear has beaten Boom by 1-0. And the very early Asensio goal was with the Chesney mistake was all that separated the sides.
Oh, Oscar, he makes up for his miss in the first half. Salmon 5, Kearney 1. What's going on, Kearney? At least on his stream, being 5 minutes behind, he'll only maybe 2-1.
Tactical changes going on here from Eloise as she's trying to force her way back into this game. These changes did make a difference the last time, so I'm interested to see how they work this time. It's been a difficult sort of 60 minutes for her, I think. RC might agree. I think Shotty probably had slightly edged this.
Oh, 6-1 Salmon. He's just brought Ricky the Pig on, and he's made it 6-1 from a Bielik header from a corner. Munyan with the Ika Munyan. I've actually butchered that one, but Bielik with the header anyway. We get there in the end. Salmon 6, Kearney 1. Blow the whistle now, ref.
I'm not gone bald. I'd be the world's scariest bald man.
Ooh.
Oh, big chance for Eloise from a corner, from a free kick rather, but it's not gone in. It's gone just over the bar. FM Hub has a question for Lewitt.
No. Go on.
Full time here, 6-1 Salmon. What a win. Team absolutely played it off the park. He'll be over the moon with that.
A Pompey dot. What's a Pompey dot?
And for Tyler, yeah, I can say
Apparently Sadio
that
Mane
Salmon
hasn't
has
actually
just
been doing well.
absolutely murdered Kearney there.
Sure, he's getting quite annoyed at Sadio Mane. I think he's actually done anything the entire game, as well as probably the entire
okay, I
stream.
missed that. Crazy Boom in the chat saying the midfielder in the net in the second half did not concede a goal.
So looking at a live league table as it stands, Brofist is currently on top on 12. Salmon's massive 6-1 win moves him into second place on 10. I don't know how Shotty's getting on, but he's currently in third on 9.
Currently 1-0 up against Eloise at the minute. 20 minutes to go if you want to switch games, mate.
Yeah, we'll be getting onto that right now.
We do not, Ben. Bagpipes are a very, very specialist instrument.
Mbolo's coming off, and Sadio Mane is coming off.
Again, extremely expensive instrument to get. There's a lad down the road that plays them for me. You hear them sometimes when I'm streaming. But, nah, it's expensive to get, expensive to learn. My lad's asked to learn them, to be fair. So I might have to get a set at some point. Not looking forward to that expense.
You're just having a look at the stats for this Eloise game. She's only had 4 shots, so she's just really not able to break down Shotai's defense there.
I think it's something that I've seen a lot from Shotty in the few games that I've watched him. His tactic is extremely good defensively. I'm not a whole lot sold on it going forward. Straight edge right now, Brofist is winning. Unfortunately, due to issues where he lives that I'm sure you're aware of, and we obviously hope he's safe. It is his bot that has taken over, so it's not a nice situation. But right now, he has 4 wins out of 4, which does give him a shot at least of the best third place, which under the circumstances, I think we could all root for.
Mbolo 2-0 Shorty.
Oh, you're slightly ahead of me.
Oh, Eloise disappointed, and she was the one that pressed the skip highlight button there.
The night's gone really good, straight edge. Other than the technical gremlins at the start,
Full time.
which delayed us,
2-0.
and obviously Brofist situation. I think it's been a really good draft. Been huge bits of bad luck and stuff, and for certain drafters, and bits of luck for others. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, no, it's been quite a good night. I think it's been quite a good night. I think we're seeing what we were trying to bring as well. Brilliance isn't well, and Jono had the Football Nation podcast tonight. Jono's taken a big step back from the draft side of things with us, and is very much just in the background these days. He will be around in the background somewhere, so he might be able to explain a bit better.
Quick recap on game week 4 results.
Yep,
if you don't mind, Don. Dave Goodyear 1, Boom 0. Brofist 1, Gerb the King 0. Salmon 6, Kearney FM 1. Showtight 2, Eloise 0. To game week 4.
Spoken like a true Sky Sports pundit.
Been practicing that one all week.
Bossed it, mate.
Get him a suit and a yellow tie.
Yeah. So Bullion was supposed to be with us tonight, straight edge. Unfortunately, illness kept him out. It nearly kept me out as well. Not my illness, my daughter's illness nearly kept me out. But thankfully, RC came in to save the day at the last minute. One absolute legend he was, jumping in with what was about 2 hours notice, I think you had, buddy?
Yeah, pretty much.
So we appreciate you helping out, and you know, I think you've done a fantastic job as well. So
thank you.
Also, just going to go a quick run through of the table. After game week 4, Brofist is sitting on top after 4 wins out of 4, goal difference of 7 on 12 points. Salmon is in second place, 3 wins, 1 draw on 10 points with a goal difference of 8. You've got Showtight in third on 9 points with a goal difference of 4. Gerb is in fourth with 6 points and a goal difference of 1. Dave Goodyear will be sitting in 5th place with 4 points. Ella Louise, 6th place with 3 points. Boom is sitting in 7th with 3 points. And Kearney FM, 4 defeats out of 4, minus 11 goal difference on 0 points. 2 games left to go. Who can try and move up a few places in the table?
Straight edge, you should have been here representing FMTM as well. You need to be rooting for Crazy Boom because he's the one that's doing for you. He's the one that's working for you tonight. What is that word? Euphemism. I'm not defining euphemism because everyone knows I love a good euphemism.
That's all right. I think in our streams we're going to have to start calling them Benisms with the fact that we have to keep telling him what everything is.
Salmon is unfortunately still on a break here, guys. So whatever game he's got, I'm obviously going. Yeah, so on that, what I was referring to there for everyone else in chat, Straight Edge was meant to be in tonight. Unfortunately, life commitment affected his ability to participate. We did look at swapping groups. It wasn't a valid option for Straight Edge, unfortunately. So, Crazy Boom, who finished 4th in the last round last week, got promoted up based on best place finisher in the qualifiers to this stage. And I think he's drafted fairly well. It's not necessarily worked for him. So I have Eloise Salmon, by the way, because, you know, I've picked the one that I've watched twice, but I wanted to see Salmon.
Right, fixtures for game week 5. We have Boom versus Showtight, Brofist versus Dave Goodyear, Kearney FM versus Gerb the King, and Don will be watching Ella Louise versus Salmon. Who would you like to take, RC?
I'll take Boom and Shorty then.
Louis?
Is Kearney's stream caught up or not? Because I think we may have a problem where Gerb isn't streaming, but Kearney has been a little bit behind.
For main screen purposes, then I'll take Dave, just so it's on the main screen, and I'll let you deal with the 10-minute delay of Kearney. Sorry.
Interesting setup here from Sam, and this is a tactical setup that I have not seen yet. Again, one of these that looks very defensively solid. And that's not the first time I've said tonight where I've seen someone playing a tactic that looks defensively solid, and it's been working. And I said it last week as well. There's a couple of people, maybe there's something to this defensive tactic this year. Throwing it out there. If I could get attached to the wall, Ben, I would love an FM Hub print. I really would. But unfortunately, they're brick walls, and I can't get anything onto them, which is why there's no photos up, because otherwise there'd be loads of photos and stuff like this. It would be a really nice setup. Instead, I'm pricing up green screens to make it look nice. But yeah, genuinely, if I could get them up on the wall, I would take one without question. You can offer sticky backs. Yeah, but then when I move house, which I'm hoping to do soon, I wouldn't be able to take it with me.
Bolo starts for Shorty.
Yeah, the hooks. I can't get the hooks into the wall. I genuinely can't, Ben. I've tried. It's why there's no pictures up on my walls.
It'll also ruin his Amazon wallpaper. Come on, Ben.
Hey, I love that wallpaper. Stop mocking it. So literally, it's the first thing that I got when I got this house was about that wallpaper. I didn't buy any paint or that. I just bought 2 rolls of that wallpaper and was like, right, how much is it going to fit? In hindsight, I wish I'd got a professional to put it up, but...
Boom, 1-0 up. Arkadiusz Milik with a header from a set piece. 3 minutes in, 1-0. Apparently, there's a 6'5" centre half that is actually been suspended for Shorty as well.
Tried that as well, buddy. I genuinely have, mate. I've tried every little thing to get pictures onto this wall because I hate that I've not got any pictures.
And it's 1-0 over here, I think. We are going to have a VAR check, but Dave could have put himself 1-0 up. And it's been awarded. It's Lewandowski.
I mean, if you could do a wall sticker version of the print, hit me up.
Oscar Jimenez puts the ball across. Lewandowski with the header. Dave 1. Brophy spot 0.
It is 2-0.
Green screen.
It's 2-0. Boom from a corner. So Shorty's struggling with set pieces today in this game.
I am picking the wrong games, guys. This is another game where we're 26 minutes in and we've not had a highlight yet. I feel like I'm just sitting here watching people smiling at me, which is great because it's nice to have the smiles, but I want to see some goals. Give me some action, guys.
Nearly 3-0, nearly, but over the bar.
It's 1-0, Eloise. It's an over-the-top ball from Danny Parejo. And then from there, Ferran Torres runs onto it between the centre-backs who just don't track his run. It's actually quite poor defending this time. And then a beautiful finesse finish beyond the goalkeeper into the bottom right-hand corner. What's in the rucksack?
I'm just drinking some apple and blackberry squash.
That had Christmas decorations in it, and it's just now sitting there waiting for the boxes to get put into it again because the kids wanted to see the decorations, so it's just sitting on top of it. But it's generally just an empty paper bag from Morrison's.
It is 2-1 Shorty, but potential VAR.
Has
Goal
to be,
disallowed,
Ben.
it's
Has
still
to be.
2-0.
There's no other.
This probably isn't a game for strikers or goalkeepers. We've had 12 shots, just one on target, and it's gone in the back of the net.
Oh my god.
So yeah, not a great game for the goalkeepers or the strikers here.
9 out of 10, lovely.
9 out of 10 for Robinson.
The beard game and the squash game's on point from FM King.
That's a potential penalty for Shorty.
It's 1-0. Pablo Alcalzar, a mistake in the defence of Eloise here. I'm going to sort of go through it. Averi played it out, and then it was just a poor pass. Granit Xhaka picked up. Alcalzar was then tackled, but Averi then just nudged it straight back to Alcalzar. A line of the errors from Eloise's defence. As we've said tonight, her luck has not been
2-1. It's 2-1. Luis Alberto with a penalty.
Just had a
Shorty.
second goal here. Manquillo has played a lovely over-the-top ball to Asensio, and Dave Goodyear's made it 2-0 just as he pulled out the jigsaw tactic at half-time. I have to remember next week to make sure I've got me a couple of slices of toast then, Ben.
Has to be a well-buttered bit of toast, remember, with, I believe it was, I can't believe it's not butter, which is what I use. My toast is 9 out of 10 when I make it. Oh, well, like a bit of spicy sausage, FM Hub. Come on, Jamie. We know that. Everyone likes a bit of spicy sausage. How are Scotland getting on in the World Cup? I haven't seen anything.
Love it, Ben.
You know what? I actually get to celebrate because for the first time in my life, I am a season ticket holder next season. I have a Scotland season ticket, which means I get the Scotland-England game in September. I've never been a season ticket holder before, and now I'm a season ticket holder for the national team. It's a bit mad.
Hey, that sounds mad.
To be fair, they were dirt cheap. 125 quid for a season ticket.
I didn't know you could get season tickets for national teams. I thought you could only get them for clubs.
So what you had to do is you had to buy like SFA membership or something like that. Right. And rather than it being called a season ticket, it's called a all home games match package, but it's essentially a season ticket.
Yeah.
But it means that if we qualify for the Euros, I mean, we've got to get past Erling Haaland and Spain for that. I would have priority for
goal for Brofist,
2-1.
Comical defending. Sorry to interrupt you here, Don. Son bursts down the left-hand side, plays it into Dia, who the defenders just go missing. It was kind of like a sliced floor, scissor kick sort of manoeuvre from the defence. I just think, he thought, oh, shit, we'll give up. And then it was slotted home by, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that now. But it's 2-1 game on, 77th minute.
In this game, the keeper just pinged it back to the other side keeper.
What a save from Kepa! What a save to keep this one all. And absolutely not a problem for nothing.
Mane, finally, Sadio Mane has scored. First for Shorty, it's 2-2.
After all, this is a competition about Football Manager, not Don's got a season ticket for Scotland.
Yeah.
It is 2-2. For once, Shorty has got the best out of Sadio Mane.
Right, Dave's going cautious. He's lowering the tempo. He's playing for set pieces. He wants a time wasting to come out. There's 3 minutes left. Can Brofist's unbeaten record continue? He's going to need a goal if it's going to.
It's Javi Galan, who is actually on his list. It's 3-2 to Shorty, 60 minutes in.
In an embarrassing turn of events, I've had my mic on mute for I don't know how long.
That's normally something I do on
stream. So I'm 10 minutes into the Kearney game. I know that they're not that far behind, but yeah, the buffering issue is just mad.
It's all finished over here. Dave Goodyear, he's the first one to end Brofist's unbeaten streak. 2-1, Dave. Very, very tight game.
Ben, it is Apple Tango. Yes, it is.
It's
Eloise is 2-1 up.
3-3.
I've missed the goal.
Boom.
I'm really,
Christian
really sorry.
Pulisic.
I was taking a deep breath. I was then listening to Lewis, reading the chat, and when I've came back, Simon's making changes. It is 2-1 Eloise. I'll get you the goal scorer in just a second. It is Mark Bartra, also assisted by Danny Parejo, so most likely a set piece. Sorry that I missed that, guys, but I've done my best Chris Kamara impression. As things stand, 5 games played, I've got a live league table up. It looks like it will be Brofist in the lead still with 12, followed by Salmon and Shotty on 10, Gerb on 9, and Dave on 7. Eloise on 6, Boo on 4, and Kearney, unfortunately, on 0. But it is all to play for between 1st and 6th, who could all still qualify from this. I think it's probably a little bit too much for Boom and Kearney now, unfortunately for them, with 2 games still to go. That's obviously as things stand results-wise, guys, so pending to change.
Ben, yeah, I got my Tango from Asda, although there are other supermarkets available.
None of the drinks available.
If there is any sponsorship deals out there, we are willing to take them. Hit up the Road to Legends email address.
Or the FM Hub email address.
Yeah, one or the other. You can get them at both.
Yes, Jamie. What? How goes it? No, we're not, Jamie.
Oh yeah,
Also,
definitely. You've got to dip the bread in the soup, Ben. Sorry, Don.
Yeah, no, I was literally just going to apologise to Ben and Tyler, who are both upset that I am smoking. But the more and more tired I get, the more and more I smoke. So I do apologise, but blame my lack of sleep. This is just my comfort to stay awake and try and entertain you guys for another 40 minutes or so. Because as soon as this is finished, I'm literally going to my bed and going to sleep for like a week. And as a result, I don't want to go and make a coffee and then not sleep until like 1 a.m. and then be just as tired again tomorrow. You blame my life choices. I blame my life choices too. My life choices when I was a teenager were extremely poor. My life choices when I was in my 20s were extremely poor. And my life choices now in my 30s aren't much better. So
apologies for the interruption, but it's 4-3 to Boom. 93rd minute winner.
Oh wow!
Wow.
93rd minute winner. Through a corner, was for a set piece. Shorty has conceded 3 set pieces in this game.
We are 82nd minute here. Salmon's made some changes, but it remains 2-1 Eloise. We do have a highlight, as I've said, that was the best highlight in the world. They literally, the corner literally got whipped in. And I agreed, no cigarette sponsorship. I'll take an Elf Bar sponsorship, Jono. I will look after them for you guys if you can get me an Elf Bar sponsorship. Other vapes are available, of course. Oh, what a goal from Pablo Mari! Where in the world that came from? 2-0. 2-0. Unbelievable.
Jeff. That was a strike and a half. That was, wasn't it? Pablo
And I wasn't even
Mari as
expecting
well.
it. I wasn't even like going through it. I was just not expecting anything. It's just a touch and bang.
I didn't
What
know
the
he had
heck?
it in his
Straight in the
locker.
top corner. Take a bow, son. Take a bow. Oh, the needles from Ben. And that last minute goal from Boom, mixed with Dave's win, mixed with this Pablo Mari wonder strike, makes big, big changes as a Brofist on 12, Salmon on 11, hot on his heels, and shot it down to 9 points. Still all to play for, of course, but with 2 games to go, it is really starting to hot up, guys. And I think I'm going to call the Shotty game early, whoever he's playing. It's probably going to be Eloise, because I think I always seem to call her games.
So
you're calling that game, yeah?
I have got games for game week 6. We have Kenny versus Ella Louise, Dave versus Gerb, Salmon versus Boom, and Shotty plays Brofist.
Shotty Brofist. Oh, I've picked a good game then. This could be huge in the qualification race for both Brofist and Shotty, by the way. I tell you what, actually, King, on that basis, because of how important that is, I'm going to give you that as a featured game, mate.
Yeah.
And I will take whatever game's left over from what you guys were deciding.
Salmon versus Boom, Dave Goodyear versus Gerb, or Kenny versus Ella Louise.
I don't mind, guys. I'll take whatever.
I'll take Louise then.
Is that Dave left then? Is it Dave?
Right. So where am I going then?
You've got Salmon Boom. Done.
Right.
Salmon, Boom.
Perfect. I literally just loaded Boom by accident, so that's absolutely perfect. When you misclick the 3 minutes of the one you need, eh? Diego Rico is out for Boom by the looks of it for 2 yellow cards. I can also confirm that Chesney has not just been dropped from the team for a midfielder. He has been dropped from the bench.
Oh, wow. he's that pissed at him.
Chesney has lost all trust of Boom and is now not just behind the midfielder, but behind the entire defence in terms of selection for goalkeeper slot.
Well, apparently, do me, Lou, and King have the same rules now? I don't know.
Also, interestingly, the player that is playing in goal for Boom takes his corners. I keep changing which way I'm flicking it, Ben, which is probably half the problem. I need that haircut. I need the 20-second to roll round. I'm just having a quick look through Broom's stats. Pulisic is his top goal scorer. 3 goals in 5 games. Looks like he's his top performer as well.
Eloise with the yellow card is ridiculous. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the starting 11 and 4. She's got 9 yellow cards in the entire squad.
The good news for Eloise is she's only got 1 more game after this to survive.
Yeah.
I think Shotty's feeling the pressure, changing
So
his corner
Alvaro
tactics
has
left,
been
right,
dropped.
and centre.
Yeah. Alvaro Morata has been dropped to the bench in favour of Ferran Torres.
Shotty's also on the vapes as well, Don.
On average, how often do I get hiccups in a week? Not very often, mate. I can't remember the last time I had hiccups. Now that you've said that, I will get it tonight.
Jamie, it's not my desk. How many times do we have this conversation in my streams? It is not my desk. Although, to be fair, my actual desk is quite messy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I'm not even showing my desk because my desk is an absolute disgrace just now. It's just paperwork upon paperwork upon paperwork and tobacco.
I actually polished my desk today. I wonder how much out of 10 I get out for that one.
To be fair, it's been on my to-do list. I've just never
My
got
desk
around
is
to
actually
tidying my
clean.
desk.
My desk is actually clean. I've barely sort of been in my room today, so just sort of been clean the entire day.
Right, and we're
Polish
off here with
sponsor.
a massive game at the top of the league. Brofist, after losing his last one, can he turn it around? Shotty starts off well.
If you do have any Polish sponsors, you can email the Road to Legends email.
Any sponsorships, message them. Go on, Ben, fire away.
I want a Manscaped sponsorship just so that we get to talk about balls on stream. John will get it sorted out, mate.
To be fair, at the rate Mal's going, he probably can get it done today.
Oh God, Ben.
I mean, who doesn't want to?
Just trying to polish.
All the guys here want to discuss how they shave their balls. Let's be honest.
So I sprayed the polish on the desk and then wiped it off.
Nice
left
subject
to right.
change.
Yeah, always spray first. But I'm not one of them that sprays it onto the.
Kenny missed an open
I
goal.
spray it onto the surface.
Kenny missed a 2-yarder. Oh my God.
And Gerb is leading. The ball's played in by Ansi Fati to Aspas, and he just has to tap it in. 1-0
Goal here,
to go.
Brofist, 1-0.
It's 1-0
Showtime.
as well. Brilliant pass from Gavi. And Pino goes in behind and just tucks it home. 1-0, boom. So this is a bit of a turn up for the top of the table, isn't it?
Oh, and that's 2-0 to Gerb. The ball in is deflected into the space of Rocker, and Rocker has smashed it in. And it's Dave 0, Gerb 2.
I have about a 2.5 meter desk length by about a meter width. So I did a good 7 sprays spread out. A 7, I think, is a good number. and then whites left to right.
That is very specific.
Yeah.
It is 1-0, I think, to Eloise Sergio Roberto without a own goal, actually.
We have another goal here. It's 2-0 Brofist against Showtime. If Showtime wants to put his presence on the top of this league, he needs to turn it around. It's only 29 minutes gone. Son scored the first. I didn't quite catch who got the second, but they were going through a lot of tactical changes now. He's not happy with his first 30 minutes performance.
Oh, and the ball's in the net for the third time for Gerb, but I think this one has been flagged offside. And the VAR... I know the VAR says goal awarded. It is Dave 0, Gerb 3. We're at 28 minutes played. Aspas played the ball into Piatek, and he smashes it in. It's Dave 0, Gerb 3.
And we have another goal. Showtime 2, Brofist 1. The tactical changes have only been made 2 minutes ago, and they've already come up good for him. as Pedro Porro now brings it away and he's on another attack.
We are still 1-0 here. We've just started the second half, but I've got to be honest, it's been all boom. It's been all boom.
Showtai's goal was scored by Diang.
And it was nearly another goal for Gerb. Dave has got literally no answers for Gerb at the moment.
And it's in. We had changes from Showtai 7 minutes ago, and in 7 minutes he scored 2 goals. It's Brofist 2, Showtai 2.
There's a VAR check here. I'm not sure what's going on. We've got an ad. I've got 5 adverts to go through. Fuck me. Right. Showtime, where are you, buddy? It's been disallowed anyway, so
it's
relevant.
2-0 Eloise. Ferran Torres with a lovely strike.
And we've played 15 minutes since the changes happened, and it's another goal. Showtai has completely turned this tie on its head. It's 3-2 Showtai against Brofist. Diang with 2. Somebody else with 1.
And it's 4-0 to Gerb now. He's absolutely. It's 35 minutes played.
1-0. All right, it's a VAR check again.
Side, plays it in, and Pozzuelo has just smashed it in. It's 4-0.
Goal awarded as 1-0 here, just from off the back of the disallowed second goal for Boom. Sam has gone up the other end, had his first shot on target, and it's in the back of the net.
With the scores in my game the way they are, and the score in your game the way they are, I think that's put Salmon first in the league on the live league table.
It is 3-0 Eloise. 35 minutes in, 3-0 Danny Parejo with a long ranger. Kearney, it has not been his night
Currently
tonight,
going into the last game on the live league table, we have 4 teams on 12 points.
That is mad. That is Salmon, Brofist, Shutty, and Gerb.
There's still all to play for in game week 6, though. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gents.
If Boom can get back in front here, that would be 3 on 12, 1 on 10, and 1 on 9. This is crazy. Crazy end to the season. As Pulisic whips it in, Fernandinho scores! Unbelievable! It's 2-1 Boom, as I said that.
Yeah, I do walk around the desk to polish, Ben. Just to make sure I get a good smooth polish all around the desk. As Briel Embolo put Shotty 4-2 up against Brofist. The changes since the 30th minute in this game for Showtai have absolutely turned the game on its head.
It's a penalty for Eloise. Going up to half time. It is a penalty, yeah. Who is taking it for Eloise?
It's black ink with a blue base. It's from William Hill.
I was going to say that's a bookie's pen.
Yeah.
Danny Parejo 4-0 Eloise in the first half.
I have a part of bookie's pens.
My word. If Eloise continues the way it is, it could be 7. It could be 8. God.
Dave here at half time is making many tactical changes. He's gone for 2 centre backs, a half back, 2 wing backs, role playing roaming playmaker, 2 shadow strikers, and he's just trying to change Lewandowski. So Lewandowski is a target forward, and Castro is an advanced forward. It's a interesting formation, and he's just completely angered his team in the team talk.
Evening, Jamie, mate. How you doing, pal?
Welcome in.
Right, so am I right in thinking that as things stand, we have 3 teams on 12 points, 1 on 11 points, and 1 on 9 points, as David Garcia's made it 3-1 a Boom Pool from ahead. from a corner, rather.
And it's a goal for Gerb. It's 5-0, and it's Ansu Fati who scored literally straight after halftime, even after all of those changes by Dave. So it's Dave 0, Gerb 5.
Why there's a break in action here, Ben? We like to do the two-step whilst polishing.
Eloise now.
I can't believe how tight the league table is going into the last game.
I can't believe how bad Kearney's done.
It's finished here 3-1 to Boompool. Bit of a shock for the books, but well done, Boompool. He's kept himself alive here. It's not really in his hands, let's be honest, but it's difficult to see how he won't be pleased to still be in it. Huge couple of goals there. I'm feeling a bit for Brofist here. You know, he was absolutely cruising, and the AI bots just kind of been a bit poor the past couple of games, hasn't it?
It won the first one, didn't it? Yeah, it won the first game, and then it struggled with the other ones.
It's such a shame for him, but the way that everybody's took that chance to try and pull themselves back into the competition from some of them being virtually down and out. It's set up the final game week. It's going to be a cracker.
Oh, and it's 6-0 to Gerb. Piatek nicks the ball off the defender and then hits it from outside the box, and it's Dave 0, Gerb 6. I think Dave has been trying everything he can to even get anything out of this game, but even with 8 shots on target, even with 9 shots, he's getting the shots and just no highlights, and it's and Gerb just looks absolutely solid.
Weird having people coming to my door at this time of night.
Oh, I mean, Dave does have a chance. It's there's nothing happening for him. Oh, defensive mistake again. And Diata smashes it in. It's Dave 0, Gerb 7. Absolute catastrophe for Dave on this one. The pass was straight to the striker. And then Diata was played through, and he smashes it past the keeper. And that's at the 90th minute. So Dave 0, Gerb 7.
All this chat with Jamie's talking to Jamie's in the chat is confusing me. At least Ben's in there to break up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dave has got himself a goal. Lewandowski has scored.
Boom has informed us
It's
that
7-1.
James Sands will be playing in goal for the next game.
It's 5-0. Nico Alvedi for Luis. 5-0 8 minutes in. It's just been a destruction.
I think I'm right in thinking this is Kearney's first Mal done amazing to put together for us.
Yeah.
On that double check. It is indeed his first ranked draft. I'm feeling a bit sorry. The standard's been really high for tonight, and it's kind of been a bit of a sore one. He's had a few sore ones, I think, but hopefully he'll come back stronger and learn from this. I remember when I was at this stage of drafting, and I was getting my backside handed to me everywhere I went as well. So
Nearly.
keep the head up, Kearney. Plenty positives we've seen from you tonight as well. So try and stick on the positives and build upon them. Eloise has just said she's stressed about the suspensions. But that said, she's only had one yellow so far in this game.
Yeah, but to be fair, the ones they are adding up though.
Yeah, but there's only one more game after this one, so if you can get 10 suspensions in the next game, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that's true. And it ends 5-0.
Oh, right. Right, just loading here. Game week 6. Let's do a table update. We've got Gerb sitting in first on 12 with an 8 goal difference. We've got Shotai sitting in second with 12 points with a 5 goal difference. We've got Brophy sitting in third on 12 with a 4 goal difference. We've got Salmon sitting in fourth on 11 with a 6 goal difference. And we've got Boom sitting in fifth on 9 points with a -1 goal difference. Eloise is in sixth with 7 points on a 3 goal difference. Dave is in seventh on 7 points with a -8 goal difference. And Kearney is holding everybody up at the bottom on 0. So we've got 3 on 12, 1 on 11, 1 on 9, and 2 on 7 going into the final week of fixtures. Wow. How close is that?
Yeah.
Also, I think you can see the table there. Looking at the final week of fixtures, Boom plays Eloise. That's 5th versus 6th. Boom could possibly move up. We have Brofist versus Salmon in a 3rd versus 4th tie. Both teams there could possibly move up to win it. We have Dave versus Kearney in a bottom of the table battle. And we have Gerb versus Shotai in a 1st versus 2nd.
I'm taking Chelsea. I was with him the entire way. I'm taking that game. Unless you want to do you want to do that as the main game?
I think
Because that would be good.
I think you've got to take one of the top 4 games as your main game.
Yeah.
So
Gerb and Shotai is 1st versus 2nd, and Brofist is 3rd versus 4th, who all could finish 1st. So one of them, I think, has to be the main game.
Yeah, I agree. Just use to work that out between you, kind of thing.
By all means, you can take it.
Yeah, I'll take Shoti's game there.
Yep.
First versus second.
Right, so you'll take Brofist versus
Salmon,
yeah?
RC.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And doing the third versus fourth tie. Who'd like to cover Boom versus Ella Louise? I think that's fifth versus sixth.
Right, I've already got that up, but I'm happy to switch if Luke wants it.
Yeah, I did Dave's game in the last one, so if I
Right.
could switch, that'd be cool.
Yep,
Yeah.
perfect. We'll switch then.
Good stuff.
Boom's keeping up to his promise as well. Sands is actually in goal. Just having a look. Eloise is missing our Billa, suspended, but other than that, she does have a full squad to go with.
So both keepers aren't playing, so he's actually gone with James Sands in goal.
Yeah, he said in the chat before that he was doing that. He was doing that for me. Yeah, ask away, Ben. Ask away, mate.
I've just seen that in the chat. I mean, you know, combing it and shampooing it, you know, at least 3 times a week. But also probably down to genetics as well. Probably a bit of both. I don't normally actually have it this long, but that's a very nice compliment. So I might keep it.
All right.
It is done, mate. It is done.
Right, here we go. Getting into the final round of fixtures. This is where it's do or die for a lot of competitors now. We've got 4, at least 4, possibly 5, all going to maybe win or get second place.
Evening, Zanko. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you, pal. How you doing?
Welcome in, coach.
Hey, how's it going, Zanko?
Showtime just
According to
double-checking his
Zanko's
corner
chat this
routines.
morning, I am an honorary Croatian.
So, final game week, guys, with everything to play for. He did, Ben. He did reply, yeah. I can't remember what he actually said.
Oh, yeah, I said shampoo 3 times a week, and it's probably down to genetics as well.
Absolutely not, Ben. I'm named after my old man.
Well,
who is named after his old man. Don's quite a Scottish name.
Oh, what a goal from Gavi. Outside the box, curling into the bottom corner, and Boom is 1-0 up against Eloise.
yep.
So just to clarify there, Don, you are Don the third.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, nice. And we have a goal here. Showtime possibly 1-0 up. We're going to go to VAR.
And you have just been compared to Hades, King.
VAR has given the goal, and it's Showtime 1, Gerb 0, Sadio Mane with the finish, Brio Embolo's cross. I mean, what can I say? Ooh.
So you are officially Hades, mate.
Oh, and Sands has
Is
let the ball go
is that
through
a
his
good thing
fingers.
or a bad thing? I mean, any god, to be honest.
Lewandowski scored. It's 1-0, Dave, from a
Yeah.
corner.
Ferran Torres has
Um,
just scored, and Sands has just done a Chesney.
Well, he's compared you to a Greek god, and I just met the Greek god of the underworld. So, I picked the one that's got the worst rep.
I trust you to do that.
Exactly. Well, I couldn't use Dionysus. You're too sober for that.
Oh, what a game we have here. Showtime nearly going 2-0 up. I'd love to see a live league table.
You've been asked for a close-up of your beard, Darcy.
My beard. I've been trimmed, to be honest with you, recently. I trimmed it.
Yeah, I need a shave. I'm seeing
Oh.
my shadow coming through.
That, to be fair, I've
There's
kept
a
my beard
penalty.
for about continuously for about 5 years now. I haven't actually I haven't shaved it off. I've just kept sort of trimming it, shaping it up.
Oh,
Before I got rid of
It-
mine, I had mine for about 15.
and there's as well as
Looks patchy, yeah.
As well as a penalty, Eloise has had Nico Ivaldi sent off. So it's 1-1. Boom has a penalty, and Eloise is having disciplinary problems again. And she's just loaded up a formation that says that she's going to go with a 4-5.
Goal over here for Showtime for Brio and Bolo, but it's disallowed. It's still 1-0 Showtime versus Gerb. Ben, this is an 8-week beard, mate. 8-week beard.
Brofist is 1-0 up against Salmon,
Fully
so it
shaved.
is. Brofist currently in second, I think, on the live table.
And Isco has dispatched the penalty. It's Boom 2, Eloise 1 after 30 minutes.
We are still 1-0 here after 60 minutes, but we do have a highlight. It's
1-0
Joe Green on the
for Brofist
break.
after 80.
Oh, he's been greedy there. He's been really greedy there. Hit stay at Zach Zeff, and he has to cross.
Son. That might be a penalty for Brofist. Let's see what VAR says.
I mean, we'll
Ask
put the
away,
old,
Ben. Ask away, Ben.
Jono and Bully on.
I like
No
when you
penalty.
ask questions because I don't feel like I'm sitting here waiting on highlights and goals.
Yeah, mate. I last had a
Basically,
haircut, and when I have a haircut, I have it all trimmed down to about a
2-0,
three
Dave.
row
It
and a
is
half.
Marco Asensio. Johnny with the cross. Asensio on the volley.
I last had my haircut 8 weeks ago, so this is an 8-week beard.
No idea, Ben, because I don't have a pension. As I said, I have made lots of poor decisions in my life.
Right, Gerb, second half. There's been a lot of tactical changes at half time. What can we get out of this second half? There's some terrible defending. Nothing's made of it.
Nah, I think it might end 1-0 Brofist. It does end full time 1-0 Brofist.
Brofist will be through then by the looks of it.
His AI managed to help him out.
And we have a goal to Showtime. It's going to go to VAR again. This will be the second one he's had ruled out if it is. It's Brielle and Bolo. And it stands. It's Showtime 2, Gerb 0. This could see him win the league.
Looks like Shot Eye's through as well, as things stand.
We've still got 35 minutes left plus added on time. But he's doing his little dance. Has Gerb got anything in the tank? Can he pull anything out the hat?
Oh, and that's boom, free. Eloise, oh, it's going to VAR. It is, if it does stand, it's a goal for Milic. And it is a goal awarded. Milic, Milic plays it past the guy. Oh, we are going to see a replay. It's won by Moy. Rico plays it into Isco, who plays it into Milic, who smashes it in. 3-1, boom.
Gonna
Does
make
that
me
put Boom in
blush.
second? That was the question.
Jamo. Make me blush. I'm screenshotting it. It's my new look. I have to get some merch on the go, and I beard merch.
So it looks like, as things stand, Shot Eye is through with Brofist in second. Gerb has pepped Crazy Boom to third place on goal difference. Fourth again for Crazy Boom, unfortunately.
How many goals is it, Don?
I do not have that information, unfortunately.
Still got a good 20 minutes there.
Eloise is just having a meltdown because the FM playoffs have just raided her. So we might be a little bit longer getting it out. Oh, no, second half is just starting. But she's just having a little bit of a meltdown.
To be fair, I can't blame her. I'd have a meltdown in that situation as well.
Yeah.
She's also abandoned the 4-5-0 formation. She's going back to like a 4-2-2-1 instead. Oh, there we are going again. Yeah, how many goals is Boom behind?
Right, it's full time here. 2-0 Showtime against Gerb. I think that's
so
just to
now
seem
we're
tough.
just looking at the goal difference of the
And
Eloise game.
Gavi is just always. This is going to VAR, but at the moment, if this counts, this will be. It does count. It is now Boom 4, Eloise 1, and Gavi has just been played in by Milic. Oh no, by Pulisic, sorry, and he slots it home. It's Boom 4, Eloise 1, and there is still 40 minutes to play in this one.
Right, looking at a live league table, thanks to Shoti, he's top on 15 points. Brof is second on 15 points. Gerb third on 12 with a goal difference of 6. Boom fourth on 12 with a goal difference of 2. So he still
Boom
needs
needs
4 goals.
a lot of goals then. Are we getting people in? I mean, right now it's just going to be Shorty in. Are you want to see if he wants to come in?
Yeah.
Jeremy picks up the ball. Played into Pulisic. Milic is in, and it's another goal. It is, again, it's going to VAR.
Ask away, mate. Ask away.
And it's disallowed this time. Still 4-1. That's well defended. Ball goes long. Martinez picks it up. It's coming back. So, oh, no, it's one again. It's backwards and forwards this game at the moment. Everyone just keeps losing the ball. It looks like this is going to be a boom highlight. Rico out to Matteo, into Milic. Oh, it's off the post.
On a Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. I do normally, my streaming days are normally Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I do normally stream from 8 p.m. on the evening, so.
There you go. Richards with the ball in. Oh, and that was a chance for Eloise to pull a goal back. Jamie Sands, even though he let that ball, even though he let the goal in, essentially, is sat on a 6.9 for Boom at the moment. Moy is doing brilliantly to win the ball in midfield.
Cheers, Lee.
Pulisic
Much
into
love, man.
Milic. Oh, and it's a goal. It's Isco. It's 5-1 to Boom.
I will do, Ben. I will do, Ben.
Wallpaper Wednesday giveaway. Love it.
So we've still got 30 minutes left in this Boom, Eloise. Is this the last game? Is everyone else finished?
Yeah.
Still need his 4 goals.
It's just starting to slow up a little bit for highlights, but the game's going fairly slowly at the moment. There's not even been any sort of tactical play in this one. It's just seems to have Aaron with the free kick. Oh, and Beltran has just hit an absolute thunderbolt from outside the box for Eloise. It's Boom 5, Eloise 2. Absolutely cracking goal that as well.
I think it's a deflection there.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a deflection because the keeper was going the wrong way in the end. I mean, the stats have said it all. Boom definitely deserves to win. 19 shots to 8, a 3.56 XG to 0.43 for Eloise. So he definitely deserves to win this one. But it's good to see that even with 10 men, Eloise's team is still able to put up a fight. Just a shame they haven't troubled Sands often enough. And we got Nino's through. Oh, that's a good save. And we've got a corner for Boom now. Isco the corner. And it's wide of the post. Still 15 minutes to play in this one. Resultant goal kick is hit long. Torres back to Suarez is lost. They're going on a bit of a break. Nino. Oh, and that's a great ball back into Nino and a great save. That's a great save. Boom's team are playing some absolutely incredible football.
I think the whole point that he missed earlier in the game or earlier in this thing, if he had put a midfielder in goal at the start of this, he might have been qualifying.
Yes. I mean, he got away with it in the first game, but then he lost the second and third games, didn't he? So we've got 10 minutes left to go in this game, just about. Maffeo with a throw into Isco. Ball's flicked into Nino, and that's 6. It's Boom 6, Eloise 2. It's still too little, too late, I think. But it would be interesting if he did get a couple more in the last 10 minutes. Again, we're a bit highlightless. The clock is stopped. I don't know why the clock's stopping and starting so much in this one. There's no tactical changes really going on. The clock just seems very stuttery. That's why we're sort of struggling to get through this one. That's a dangerous throw-in, but they've brought the ball away. Rico up to Pulisic. Rico again. Back into Pulisic.
Leo, your tea sounds absolutely delicious. I have to say that. Your tea sounds absolutely delicious. And maybe I've chucked some eggs in with that, to be fair, as well.
Yeah, not sure on the pasta with gammon, though.
This goes through. Oh, it's hit over the bar. I know it was saved.
Gammon, egg, pineapple. And then the potatoes, maybe chips. Even a jacket potato.
There we go. We're into the last couple of minutes of this game now. They just can't get it. Boom would be disappointed because they've had so many chances. They could have won by 8 or 9 with the amount of chances that they've had. Pulisic in. Nino's hit it wide. Here we are. 2 minutes left of added on time. And it's just going to be too little too late for Boom as he's going on to win 6-2. And there we have it.
Well, here we go. Games are all finished. Game week 7. We have our final champion about to join us. Let's get him in.
You're right.
Hello, Showtime. Welcome in. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm in a great mood. Much better than I was 7 o'clock today, anyway.
I think the team and all have some questions for you, but how does it feel coming in as the Group A, top of the group, and being in the final?
I honestly
2 weeks on Thursday.
Looking forward to it, and I didn't expect it in the slightest way. In all honesty, like when you announced the draft pool, that basically took away nearly all the players I usually use. So I've got very lucky with a few picks, like the strikers I picked up. Never chosen them before. Never picked Mane before. Like it was pretty much all players I never touched, bar Gallen, the left back. And so yeah, didn't expect that to happen, but chuffed.
Were you happy with the team you drafted, despite the sort of pool knocking you off, or?
I was by the end of it. Yeah, I basically didn't. I like playing lots of height, lots of strength, lots of pace. That don't care about anything else really. They're the main things I'm looking for. And the fact that I managed to get a couple of strikers who performed was, yeah, I didn't expect that before the draft started. The only thing I was a bit annoyed about was the defense, really. But still, scored enough. We're all right.
Yeah. We do have a question from chat for you. So I'm just going to quickly go through with that. And it was basically Ben, who likes to know what everyone had for tea. So I have to ask you what you had for your dinner, and did it affect your performance?
I had lasagna, and yes, it did. I was very distracted with a load of lasagna and garlic bread sat on the side. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, it was a bit distracting, but no, to be honest, I'm starving. It needs to happen. I couldn't wait till 11:30 for it anyway.
I know, I don't blame you for that.
Yeah.
I have a couple of other questions for you, Shoti. Who
Okay.
was your toughest opponent in today's pool?
Salmon.
Yeah. He was up the top for a long time, wasn't he?
Yeah, he. I played him a couple of times, and I always do well in the first leg or the first half, and then he counters me, and I don't have a counter back. And that's basically how it's gone every time I played him. Other than that, even though he lost every game, Kearney, because he knows my tactics off by heart, because he's the person I test with.
And a bit of a follow-up to Don's question as well. Obviously, this pool wasn't really one for you, but who was the best player that you drafted in your team?
It was the wing-backs, Porro and Gallen. I think without them, nothing's happening in that game. I'm not scoring out. But I was shocked Porro was still available, personally. I thought he would have gone round 3 or 4. So the fact that he was there when I picked him up worked out great.
That brings me on to the next question then. Was you listening
Just
to
quickly
me
before you do, Eloise, thanks for the raid. Welcome in everyone from Eloise's raid, and thanks for sharing coming over from the playoffs as well to Eloise and into ourselves. Really well played, Eloise. It's been lovely having you on. I hope to see you again really, really soon.
Yeah.
On you go again, King.
You were saying about the fullbacks, Galan and Porro. What were you tuned in before we started? Because they was 2 picks of mine.
Were they?
Must have picks, top 5, yeah.
Great minds. Oh, good.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, I pick up Gallen every single draft I play. If he's there, I'm getting him, basically. If he's still available by the time he gets to my first or second pick. And Porro, I've never had Porro before, but I think on FM22, I don't think he was that good stat-wise. He's definitely upgraded in FM23, and yeah, he was a star.
Quality players for these, Paul. And last one for me, Showtime. I do have to congratulate you on your tactical changes mid-game. I've watched, I think, 3 of your last 4 games in your run to get into first place. And you did make some massive tactical changes, I think, against Brofist and again in the second to last game. How do you feel they affected your chances of winning and your performance?
I'll be honest, I tested that tactic I kept changing to, and it failed miserably in testing. Like, did not work at all. So I wasn't going to use it. But then when you've got Mane not performing in the position I'm trying to play him in, I thought, I'll give that a go. And yeah, I should have been playing it from the start.
Well, congratulations anyway. Anybody else got any questions for our champ?
I think you covered mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you covered about everything else that I was going to ask as well. Yeah, buddy.
Nice one.
Absolutely nailed it, pal.
Cheers.
Well done tonight, mate. You'll be back on the 22nd for the final. You'll be joined by Brofist again, and the best placed third place, I believe right now, is Gerb.
Fingers crossed for him.
Whoever finishes third will be challenging him for that on Tuesday night. Are you looking forward to it, mate?
Yes, I am. Just next time, choose a pool with some taller lads, will you?
We'll definitely note that one down for you. Congratulations.
No, now you're going to make it a step where it's only everyone under 6 foot or 5'11", and I'm definitely losing every game.
To be fair, I believe the final is the only bit of this whole sort of setup that we do not have a set step for yet. So,
shit, take that back.
So, how does everyone feel about players under the size of 5 foot, but you're allowed a 6 foot plus goalkeeper?
Take it back. I'm not looking forward to
it. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you, mate. I look forward to seeing you again. Obviously, you'll be meeting the only sort of announced person in that so far right now is Limo, who is our current champion. Yep. Have you played Limo before, or
never played him before? But I've played a few who I've seen in the next group. I think I'm playing them. So, well, as in people who qualified in the first round who weren't in this one. So build up play, people like that. Played them plenty of times.
Yeah, I think everyone that plays drafts played build up play a few times, haven't they?
It's all he does.
Yeah. He's pretty good, isn't he?
Sadly so. But yeah, I've never played Limo before. To be honest, today I've played Salmon once or twice, and I've played, obviously, I test with Kearney all the time, but other than that, it was an odd game here and there against people. So it'd be nice to play.
Talking, she's from you and Kearney then, just if you're saying because obviously Kearney has found it really difficult tonight. I've not seen a huge amount of his games, unfortunately, and I think that he's been unlucky in spells.
No, he
and obviously
drafted
you're
badly.
the sort of the opposite. Do you think it was just the draft that hurt him then?
He drafted badly. Like he chose Zach Steffen as his first pick when there's all these big players on the board. Like I think he's when he's playing me in testing, he gets the better of me quite a lot. So when I saw his draft, I'm like, oh, he's here for the taking now. Here we go.
And I believe this has been a continuation, a good sort of start to FM23 for yourself. I said I was finished with questions because I believe from the notes that I've got, you had a second in the breakout tournament for the World Heavyweights.
Yes.
And then you've now won tonight. That's a pretty impressive start to FM23, buddy. So really well done.
Fingers crossed it carries on. But yeah, but the difference was in the last time, build-up play played and he finished first. So just keep him away. Make sure he throws the next round, will you? So I've got a chance in the final.
But I think that's it for me. If anyone else has anything to add, if not, I think that'll be about us for tonight.
Nice one. Cheers.
Thanks very much.
Congratulations.
Week on Thursday. I'll see you in 2 weeks tonight.
See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, man.
Right. You want to do the outro, King, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll do it if you want. Thanks to everybody else that participated tonight in the draft, and thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to FM Hub for the continued partnership. Guys, where can we find you, RC? Thank you for stepping in at short notice. Where can we find you?
I enjoyed it. Hopefully I did well.
Oh, you did perfect. Where will people be able to find you?
Twitch.tv. I'm putting it in chat. Twitch.tv /RC_24.
And Louis,
link's blocked, but I'll see if I can do that as like a shout out.
That's fine, yeah.
You can catch me at twitch.tv /Lewitt_gaming.
And Don, where can people find you?
Twitch.tv /the Don Gaming FM.
And I've been FM King. I've been your host. You can find me at twitch.tv /FM King 007. I hope you've all enjoyed tonight, and thank you for being here.
No.
Have I done that shout out thing and messed up the raid thing? I've got no idea.
No.
Did you put the raid in?
Oh, that shout out thing you can only do, I think, once every 5 or something.
You have to do that through the thingy, buddy.
Oh,
did John not talk you through that?
Nobody told me about that now.
All right, we'll just have to see if I can. Submissions. Raid. Where are we going? Do you know what? You named him. Is he still alive? This is as professional as you get, guys. That didn't work. So, any ideas who we want to raid, guys? Any suggestions? Because otherwise, I'm out. This is as professional as you get, guys.
Come on, chat. Who are we? Who are we raiding?
I'll tell you. You recommended this fella actually. RC. So
already done it.
Go to your recommendations. See if this works. Did that work?
Caffeine in life, so.
John will beat me. John will beat me to it. So Raiden Bossy FM off Jono's beating me to it. So yeah, thanks everyone again for turning in. We cannot do this without you guys. We can't do this without all the participants who came in today as well. So huge thanks to them. Really, really good drafting from all of you. Kearney, keep the head up. Congratulations to Brofest, who managed to qualify under unbelievable circumstances. He was 3-0 when his situation's obviously kicked off, but we're looking forward to welcoming him back in 2 weeks' time. Gerb, keep an eye out for Tuesday night's results. Unlucky to everyone else. You know, I think it's important to note that you guys done absolutely brilliant as well. In fact, it could go to 5 different people in the last game, if I'm right in thinking 4 or 5 people in the last game is absolutely craziness. So yeah, huge thanks to everyone, guys. Huge thanks to the guys who have came on and done the stream as well tonight. King, RC, and Lua, again, thanks very much, guys. I know me, Jono, and Bully Angel all send their appreciations to it. And a huge thanks to Mal as well, who also done everything in the background. That raid's going to go, so I've timed this about perfect. Bye, guys.
Cool.
Check out Evolving Mindset as well, down the bottom.
Yes.
FM Hub with a great shout there.
Right. You can end stream now. End stream.